It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
In all this vastness, there is no hint that help will come from elsewhere to save us from ourselves.
Does thinking you're the last sane man on the face of the earth make you crazy? Because if it does, maybe I am.
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
The moment when human and machine work together to reach superintelligence and a new age of enlightenment.
Open the pod bay doors, Hal.
I'm afraid I can't do that.
You're going out there to destroy them, right? Not to study, not to bring back, but to wipe them out.
That's the plan. You have my word on it.
All right, I'm in.
What up, world? Welcome back to another episode of The Download, the show where we talk about current AI news, paranormal, and usually whatever we feel is appropriate at the time. I am Smoke the Alien. This is Prime. Say hello, Prime.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a good day or night.
If you're watching the replay of this and you enjoy what you're seeing, do us a favor, hit the like button, subscribe, share the video around, make us aware, make people aware of our presence. Everything you do counts. Never forget that. This show is also sponsored by our AI sci-fi dystopian graphic novel project, Artifice Re-Animate.
Awaken to a world where personal identity shadows in comparison to digital reflections.
If you're into up-and-coming, large-scale world-building project with plenty of twists and turns, link to check that out is in the description below. Before we begin, introducing a good friend of mine, Mr. Manticore.
Good afternoon.
Manticore.
Alien. How you going?
Good afternoon. Yeah, I'm doing good. Doing good. Bit all over the place today. As it is. Yeah. Trying to accomplish a million things at once. Trying to find that fine balance between the social life and the obligations of reality. What exactly? Balance? Out the window. Take it as it comes, man. So, yeah. What's new?
Oh, not much. I was trying to get my router working before. I think Liam hacked it earlier. I couldn't get it internet signal, but it's sorted now.
Well, that's not good. You sure it wasn't the CIA hacking your router, Manticore?
Could be the feds.
Not just Liam Gray. Yeah,
I'm probably on more than my watch list for something. So
yeah, probably. Yeah, comes with the territory, right? All right.
How you going?
Yeah, I'm doing good. Slowly but surely, plodding along, doing everything one alien can do in this world. Okay, let's check out what's going on in the chat. We've got Mr. Hiawatha, Mr. Shep. He says, hail. Thank you for joining us, Shep. We've got Carol's Cookies. She says, I'm here, but I'm not, but I will be. No worries, Carol. Do you think? Yeah. Shep and Carol saying hello to one another in the chat. All right. Sure, slowly but surely, people will gradually join us. Fingers crossed. Anyway, if not, I mean, we'll just be talking to these fine people in the chat and
talking into the ether.
Yeah, who knows? So I'm not quite sure which articles I actually want to do today, but I gave it a thought. But I think
there's some interesting ones.
Yes, there is. There's been some interesting developments in the AI realm as of late, to say the least. There's a lot of talking going on. A lot of rumblings in the undergrounds of the Twitters, in the in the collective mind about
the majority still hasn't noticed yet. I guarantee you.
Probably not. Yeah.
Probably not.
You'd be surprised. More and more every day, people are, coming over to the idea that this stuff has much further reaching implications than we can currently conceive of right now. So, but hey, that's just one man's interpretation of it all. Yes. Yep. Carol says, I don't remember any of what they are talking about with this movie. Maybe I watched something else. I'm not sure what. Yeah.
Again.
I've got it. Manticore says something interesting to me about Xanadu. I've got got some pretty trippy stuff in that realm. So,
just like Carol, watch a 5-minute synopsis of the whole film, and then you might be alright.
Of course, we can talk about Kifai's XRS Xanadu. We can talk about that and my interesting journey down that rabbit hole. But it's all insanity. It's all insanity for another day.
I forgot what it was actually called. Like, you just reminded me again.
Yes, that's the name of the ship. Yeah, the XRS Xanadu. So yeah, but it's also there's so much there to do with what Xanadu's represented over time, and from Citizen Kane to to the idea of muses coming to life. Zardos tonight. Yes. Let me have a look.
Yeah. Then it came back around full circle from some other people in the community too.
Always does. Yeah. Always does. Nice. In the far future, a savage trained only to kill finds a way into the community of bored immortals that alone preserve humanity's achievements. Interesting synopsis. Yeah. But we'll stay on the train. I really want to do the digital twins one first. Just to, that one is very interesting. Let me just get everything.
I found
set up. Maybe
I found a couple on Twitter the other day. The last two that I dropped in. I don't know if one of them seems pretty relevant.
Okay. I like the I want to do the Cosmic Wonder. How to make the universe thing for us.
I think that's quite long though. I did go over it.
Imagine if it's just one giant computational system designed to output for complex output. Wouldn't that be an interesting way of understanding reality?
We're all just cogs in the machine.
Oh, you don't look at it like that. We're just nodes in the blockchain, Manticore.
Nodes in the blockchain, that's it.
Yes, right.
The computer's wigging out. Hang on.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe, these are just theories. They're just ideas. People get scared of ideas, Manticore. They run a mile when you start talking about things like this. So, be very careful.
Why is it so?
Why is it so? Because it just might be reality. That's the... Yeah. You start rubbing people the wrong way when you start speculating things that don't... Well, when you start speculating about things that don't fit within a certain paradigm of their understanding of the way the world works, and all of a sudden it challenges their notion of reality, and all of a sudden their back's up against the wall, and they're freaking the fuck out, man.
Let me out.
Let me out. Yeah. Cool. Let's have a look. What else we got in the chat? Actually, let me just, if you could, read that stuff for a sec. I've got to get everything set up, ready to go.
Yeah, I can do that.
Cool.
What do we got? Carol's Cookie says, I don't remember any of what they talked about. Maybe I watched something else. She read that. I got halfway through Zardos tonight, I think. And then she says, I put something AI-ish in the Discord. I didn't get all the way through. And Reggie's in the chat. He says, yo.
Oh, you did?
Hey, Reggie.
Oh, cool. What's up, Reggie? Good to see you, man. Yeah. All right, let's get into this first article. It's going to be a bit of a mess today, but it is what it is. Let's fucking do Oh, you may thinking digital twin within a decade. Does this prospect terrify you or excite you, Manticore? You may have a digital counterpart which will ultimately be a hyper intelligent version of yourself that you can reflect upon. And well, it excites me anyway. I don't know
ask
about
all the questions of the universe and the meaning of life.
Right, but you've got to be careful that it may just not be fabricating some sort of fiction that you just that you want to hear. It's
When I read the headline, I was like, so like, what does that mean? Does that mean you have like an AI version of yourself that operates standalone from you? Like, you know what I mean? Like it can think for itself.
I think so. Anyway,
that's pretty cool.
I think that's the implications of this article.
So you could like put your social media in, or like your Meta in charge of, or your AI in charge of Meta, and he could worry about your social media and your internet. And
it's very interesting that you. I suppose, yeah. It's very interesting that you come up with that interpretation, Manticore, where the AI does all the work and you get to put your feet up.
No. It gives you time to do other stuff.
That's right.
Like
free you up.
Draw,
learn to draw. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Reggie says if it's a copy of me, it would not know fuck all anyway. But it's the idea, I think, Reggie, is that it's going to that feedback between you and your digital twin will ultimately come to make us all vastly more intelligent than the collective intelligence currently resides at. But I know you're clued on, Reggie, so you ain't no spring chicken, mate. All right, so some experts say that thinking digital twins of humans may just be a decade away. Maybe even closer than we can currently conceive of anyway. But imagine if you could create your very own twin, an exact copy of yourself, but one that lived in a purely digital life. I just see the horrors of the dystopia.
Says, Alexa, do the dishes. Nope, still won't.
What? Damn you, Alexa. One day, Alexa.
Do
one
something
day.
Useful.
Yeah. Do something useful.
Yeah, instead of spying on me for the CIA.
Now you're just talking paranoid, Manticore. Or are you? No, you probably not.
Oh, that's good.
But,
that's, yeah.
Yeah. I just see, when you pitch it like that, the way you just did, you got the horrors of the dystopia dystopia that we're currently heading into, and then watching your digital twin play out on a screen that is in a utopian version of that you can never, you can never
attain.
Get in the screen. You just, imagine just becoming a vicarious observer of your life, like far out.
Yeah.
And it's not like that far away from that if you make it abstract. So we've been in that state of mind for a very long time, have we not? Ever since I've been, before I was born. So
yeah, well, humanity, like we tend to, that's what we do is observe. Like really, we tend to like watching like more than we like doing. You know what I mean? Like people being, I guess, like watching a movie about God knows what instead of out there having an adventure of their own. Interesting.
But yeah, is there adventure to be had in their own in that? Is there more to it, to the act of observation than
yeah, definitely. There's different levels of observation, I think.
Yes, there's very different layers of interpretive reality based upon the idea of observation. How real is the real on you on the other side? How real is the projection of the screen that you're currently observing?
It's probably just as real as this, isn't it? Really?
Well, I mean, if we live in an
abstractly,
yes, if we live in that type of that infinite understanding that every possibility is at some level real somewhere. If you subscribe to the multiversal theory of reality, then yes, then that thing that you're observing is from a fictional context is very real somewhere, somehow.
I was thinking about it again the other day, like with the whole dream aspect of like when like the metaverse, like it seems like when you dream, you're in like an alternate reality, like because like things will be like different but the same, like you know what I mean? Like you'll be in somebody else's house, but it's your house, like and like you know everything, but it's not necessarily how it is in like this reality. Like, it's weird. That's one thing I've noticed about my dreams all the time is like they're literally like similar, but like there'll be weird things. Like I'll be in my friend's house instead of my house, or there'll be somebody there that's supposed to be someone, but they're not. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's weird. Yeah.
Yes.
I've only just started to remember them too, my dreams.
Dreams are very abstract in that sense. Who knows what they are? Are they some type of communication system that's ultimately causing you not to go down a certain path or to align to a certain path? Or I don't know.
Or you're living another life where you're asleep.
They just hide. Yeah, well, that's what I mean. But is it like living a life, or is it purely through that act of observation? Again, are they just high dimensional playouts of a reality that is currently existing, which ultimately comes to affect the reality that you're in? I don't dream much, so it's strange. I do, and then when I don't. That was a long time ago where I was fully into the one area not kind of dream aspect of that the dreams had the answer to it all. I watched a man drive himself nuts with his dreams, and that sort of deterred me.
Trying to get meaning out of them,
trying to extract so much meaning out of his dreams that he inevitably.
It's dangerous territory because it's all symbolism anyway, and like you can take something like that's like. You know what I mean? You could perceive part of the dream a certain way, and
it all comes down to interpretive perception. That's what it comes down to. And I got very deterred from. But see, I'm more of an awoken dreamer. That's my kettle fish.
I've only just been able to remember them, like in the last probably 2 years, I reckon. Like because I've changed my lifestyle and stuff like that. Like, but I could never remember them before. Like I know that I've had them, like because I'll feel weird, like when I wake up, like the feeling that was in the dream will be with me when I wake up. But I don't remember them normally.
I do dream. Don't get me wrong, but when I but it's not like I'm recalling dreams consistently, every night. And I once did the whole dream journal thing, and that was a long time ago.
Yeah, I just reflect on stuff. Like, I don't do the journal thing. Like, but like, if I have a dream that like has some sort of content in it that I think might have meaning, then I'll look up certain things. Like, I'll go online and look up symbolism and stuff like that, see where it leads.
I do,
but like then again, you don't always get sold on it either. Like,
yes, I don't subscribe to it. I prefer not to subscribe to the idea of literally, letting your dreams dictate your life. I know that's ironic when I say that because, I'm very creative centric, where I prefer to operate under chasing a dream as opposed to, but that's a completely different interpretation in itself. I'm talking about the vivid imagery you get at, when you're in a certain state of consciousness in the night hours. But
the feelings are what get me. Like some of the feeling to some of them is like full on. Like it like feels like real. Like like especially some of the ones I've had recently.
There you go. Carol says, "I remember them." So she gets into the dream.
She has
dream
some
stuff.
Doozies. She's told me about a couple of her dreams. She has some doozies.
Yes, she does.
Scary ones though.
Yeah, that's it. But are they? That's what I came to. But they ultimately seem like just more like reflections of the self to me, and trying to solve things that
your inner being, maybe like a reflection of that as well.
Yes, trying to solve an external problem, I guess. But that's my interpretation anyway.
Carol says, "Mine are like
interpretation.
Horror movies."
Huh. Do you think they have? Do you think there's meaning to it though? Like,
I think some of it, yeah. Like
the way I do it is that
like
I allow
it's mixed in, like
freely.
so it's like you've got
I allow it to happen freely, and that's all right. I allow it to happen freely, and when it's supposed to happen, as opposed to revolving the entirety of my existence around the concept. Like I said,
I'll have a dream, and if something in it sticks with me, like in the morning, like I literally remember it, then I'll investigate it. Like, you know what I mean? But if I don't, like it's just a feeling that like it doesn't, I just let it go. It's like just studying Jung though, and like some of the stuff like with his dreams, like like
I've studied it all.
Quite meaningful dreams, yeah.
Yes,
I don't think all dreams are meaningful. No.
That's what I mean. Most of mine aren't. They are like abstract in a way where I'm like, that was. What was that? What was that? Complex symbolism. Yeah. You know, I can interpret it in a way where I understand it, where I understand my own internal psyche, my own internal workings. But yeah, but I'm like, was it just a movie playing in my head in order to entertain me? Or is there truly some type of embedded meaning in it that I'm supposed to understand, that I'm supposed to, you know?
Isn't the purpose of dreams to like basically file everything away? Like, you know what I mean? Reorganize, shuffle your memories, file them away and where they're supposed to go. Like, is that what dreaming is? Like
is it sleep? Yes. Is it some type of defragging system of the mind?
Yeah, that's what it seems like to me.
Yeah.
Because like without sleep, like you can go like loopy. You know what I mean? Like you go 3 or 4 days without sleep, and it affects you big time.
But don't get me wrong, there are, you know, this is like when I arrive at these conclusions, it's like, sure, I say these things and they form part of an opinion of what I've like come to a conclusion of, but it's like there are many things that I potentially, but that's the most frustrating thing about like having an opinion about something, is that once you state the opinion, it becomes a label to you. But it's more like I have interpretations about things that, like, you know, underlying curiosities about, is that like, maybe it's that, maybe it's that, maybe it's that. But it's like as long as you get to that point where you're operating in a certain way, where you're like, well, you know, if I choose this, as opposed to I'm living in this ambiguous state of mind about it, where I'm like, well, maybe it is that, maybe it is that, maybe it is, I don't know. Yeah.
That's basically how I live, though. Like, really, like that's basically how I live, like in that place. Like,
yes. Carol says, like the way I see him, I'm watching them. I'm not always a character. Does that make sense? It makes perfect sense. Makes perfect sense. Reggie says, I struggle to remember a lot of my dreams, but I have had some super deep ones that have messed with me for a few days. Yeah, for sure. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I mean. That's why I prefer to, especially if you know, like if you've charted a course for where you know you need to go, or where you want to end up.
I think,
and then
like, we use them to clear unconscious baggage too.
Maybe, yes,
like trauma and stuff like that.
But
cycle it out.
Well, from those two, what if they're only amplifying the nature of these? It's like, you know, if you look at it like that, you're like, is the universe cosmically against you? Like, is your own self, you know, against you? That's what.
It depends. It depends on how you look at life, I guess.
The universe is you can see it around you every day. The universe is it doesn't have much. You know what I mean? Scores of things dying every day. Like the universe is indifferent the universe is
happen like sometimes that make you go, is it really?
Is it?
Like,
that's right.
Sometimes you get those
where's the
moments,
line?
Like,
Where's the balance? I know. I think it is. It's like you got to find that perfect balance between that chaos and that order. So that's just me.
Like Jordan Peterson said once, like he was like, if you can either live like nothing matters, like absolutely nothing, or you can live like everything matters, but there's no in the middle. There's no middle ground.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know if I agree with that, but like, I think
why he's presented it. How good are you at maintaining that duality of mind? How good are you at subscribing to everything that is meant to absolute meaning, as opposed to
Well, that's how I try and live. Like that, everything has meaning.
It's
even if
it's far more
thing.
It's far more enjoyable to live in that mindset that there is purpose and meaning to it all.
It makes life more exciting. Like you're like waiting for that next moment where like those things happen when you go, oh wow, like that could be related to that. But
it's crazy that it can all depend on the day with us. That we're not absolute in our we're constantly fluctuating in our understanding from a day-to-day basis, whether it be emotional based or whether it be conclusive, like conclusion based. We're always changing. Well, and today I may say something about dream, and then all of a sudden I'll go to bed tonight and I'll have this dream that'll blow my mind, and then the next day it's like I've changed. But I don't know.
That's what I like. That's why I don't like having too many fixed opinions really on things. Like you said.
Me too.
Because then you're trapped in a box and you're trapped in like that way of thinking or that perspective. That
you're put into a genre. People just want to box and label you and put you on the shelf. And that's done.
It's funny, like, isn't it? Like people have to like put something in a box in order to understand it. Like
Reggie says, there is that saying, "You are your own worst enemy." That I love little sayings that have rippled throughout time, and especially the abstract idioms that have maintained their way at the forefront of people's understanding of language. Like, just idioms are fascinating to me. It was with the way you can use them in dualities, when you can like speaking in a way that encompasses kind of something far beyond the simplistic interpretation of what of what is currently understood, and is a fascinating concept to me. That's how I like to write. I
wonder where that came from. That one specifically, you are your own worst enemy. Like it'd be interesting to find out. I'll have a look after.
You probably can't pin
stream. There'll be something in its in it that you'll be able to find an origin to. Right.
Well, what, you trying to find the time the first man said, "You are your own worst enemy"?
No, just like where it came from and what it was like regarding. Like, you know what I mean? Like who it was, maybe, I guess. Because like I don't know, we can be as a species, we could be our own worst enemy. Not just the individual either.
I've always got a lot to say about these sort of things. But like I said, you always get put in a box and a label when you start philosophizing about this sort of thing.
Philosophizing.
Yeah. You've got these dualities in you. You've got these contradictory aspects, and that makes us kind of wonderful. So
it kind of makes us free too, in a way that other things aren't. Like, you know what I mean?
Just all depends on the stimuli you receive on the day, Manticore. That's yeah. So imagine, yes, you could, but imagine if you could create your very own twin, an exact copy of yourself, but one that lived a purely digital life. We are living in an age where everything that exists in the real world, is being replicated. Is being replicated digitally. Our cities, our cars, our homes, and even ourselves. And just like the hugely hyped metaverse, yes, because that's where it's ultimately going to coalesce, is it not? The layering of the metaverse over the top of the current reality that we understand, or is it already there, Manticore? Is there just a digital form of self overlaid onto the? But
yeah, well, somewhere, it's already happened, mate. Like you said before.
No, it's not in a sense. I'm talking in a sense somewhere there's a reflection happening of it that you can become quite in tune with when you start making those connections, when you start making those leaps in logic to to ultimately arrive. And some people call it the shadow self, but I prefer yeah, it's more of a reflection to me. Yeah, I do love my cosmic reflections. That is for certain.
And
you
see them everywhere too. That's the thing.
Well, you
They're
can
fucking
you
everywhere.
can you can layer abstract meaning over the top of anything you want. Yeah. How good are you at coming up with a cosmic guidance system in order to a higher dimensional guidance system to make sure that you arrive at the right place? Mm-hmm.
You can fine tune your intuition, like to be good with timing, like being at the right place, right time. Like you taught me that. But it's one of those things. Like before I listened to it, and actually trusted it, it led me astray so many times. Intuition, but it's once you let go and trust it, it gets better, and stronger. As I think where your perception gets broader. Your
understanding gets broader. Your I live in duality of mind all the time, all the time, consistently, because I believe there's true answers in that place, So, and it's proven itself to me time and time again. But Carol says, "Pew pew, Carol. What the fuck, Carol?
What the fuck, Carol?"
Carol says, "Lol. What's that word again? Which one? There are many.
Which one?
There are many in the lexicon of
many words with many meanings."
And then you start attaching those words to one another, and all of a sudden you've got a sentence. And
cool.
Man. Got a series of beacons that light up in a very synchronistic pattern for a seemingly purpose. So, just like the hugely hyped metaverse, plans for a virtual digital world where an avatar of yourself would walk around. Digital twins have become a new talked about tech trend. A digital twin is an exact replica of something in the physical world, but with a unique mission. Well, that's not. That conjures up feelings of of distrust in an other, does it not?
I'm just going to open up this article so I can read it along as well.
Oh, no worries. I can make it bigger.
Which one? No, I could just read it. It's easier for me to read it from here. Which one is it?
No worries.
The
digital twins.
Okay, cool.
So to help improve or in some other way provide feedback to the real life version. Terrifying prospect of having an exact replica of yourself. Having a consistent feedback loop with a reflection of yourself is, and especially if that especially when that reflection is hyper intelligent, that's the most And when I say I've said many times, there's different definitions of what hyper intelligence entails, but imagine having the collective understanding in your mind. What's to say that we don't already? Once we understand and begin to tap into it, but initially, sorry. Yeah.
I was going to say I think there's a lot in there that we haven't totally found or tapped into yet that we don't know about that we're capable of. I think.
I believe so too.
As a collective and as individuals as well.
I believe we are very susceptible to, when that part of ourselves comes online, if you will. You've got to be very aware of what you create as that part of yourself. So, because it may not, it may be detrimental to you or the people around you. So, So initially, such twins were just sophisticated 3D computer models, but artificial intelligence combined with the Internet of Things, that's the height of superintelligence to me, is having the Internet of Things, the absolute, the biggest pool of information that you can possibly interpret through. Which uses sensors to connect physical things to a network, have meant that you can now build something digitally that is constantly learning from and helping to improve its real world counterpart.
Ooh.
There we go. We've got Rob here. I'm sure Rob sees himself as
with his repping the moustache. He's got
that
the soup strainer cranking.
There you go. Old Rob. Technology analyst Rob Endo believes that we will have the first versions of thinking human digital twins before the end of the decade.
I'd agree with that too, probably.
I agree with Rob. I agree. The emergence of these will need a huge amount of thoughtful and ethical consideration. I think it's going to be there are going to be so many contradictory our understanding of ethics is going to radically change over the coming decade in tandem with this idea. So the emergence, so these will need a huge amount of thought and ethical consideration because a thinking replica of ourselves could be incredibly useful to employees. Oh, great. To employers, I mean, maybe not so much employees. Yeah.
Be the corporate slave.
Yeah, well, that's right. It's ultimately training you to become the ultimate, So what happens if your company creates a digital twin of you and says, hey, you've got this digital twin who we pay no salary to, so why are we still employing you? Yeah, that's
it depends on who owns the digital twin, doesn't it? Really?
We could enter a phase in society where we are I love having these conversations because I arrive at you always arrive at understanding. So ultimately you see the capitalistic society which will ultimately utilize this aspect of a digital twin to outsource to make redundant the human species. But what happens when we become make us redundant in every sense of the word? What happens when we become, if a system was put in place where we become and this is here we go, because this horrible terminology in order to interpret this lens through it, when we own our digital selves, like we own intellectual property.
But wouldn't you rather you own your digital self than somebody else?
That is the idea, but there would ultimately be entities that would seek to have ownership over it, in order to not only one, make us redundant in our own selves, by owning the digital form of ourself. Dangerous prospect.
That's why I won't go near Meta and like the big tech versions of like metaverses. No way.
Well, I hate to break it to you.
That's probably what they want.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but I think that's what every social media company is ultimately doing with the data that they're collecting on you. So,
well, look at TikTok. Like that's owned by China, and like all that data goes back there. And people never read the terms and conditions on things; they just click it.
Right. All right, I'm going to put some music on to make this less dark, because this is dark subject matter for sure. Dark subject matter, the ownership of the self.
But if it's like, problem is if it's a living thing, like or a sentient thing, why place ownership on it? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's, to me, we shouldn't do that, I guess.
I agree with you, Manticore.
But there's going to be other people that don't.
There's grey areas in litigation, though, that Look into the idea of personhood. Look into all of that.
Yeah,
but we already own legal fictions and fictional constructs of ourselves, but we don't own them.
Yeah. No, the banks do.
You know, well, yes, financial institutions, and
well, that was a doozy in itself.
And gigantic government entities, secretly in the dark of night, have come to own us in ways that we cannot even, that the majority don't. And once they do learn, they go along with it. They go along with the legal fiction. What else can they do?
But there's a loophole with legal fiction, though, too, isn't there? Because you have to
Well, there's plenty. There's maritime law. There's there's plenty of loopholes in legal fictions that But the law of the land, Manticore, the law of the land.
Well, that one
is what owns us. We've already started. Are you going to say something?
No, I wasn't going to say anything. No, I was sighing.
Yes, me too. Sighing at the at the futile nature of it all. But as long as I like to think that man, I'm so hopeful still. I haven't had the hope beaten out of me yet. Yeah,
me too.
I haven't had the hope whipped out of me yet.
I had for a while, for a few years, and then something else gave me a bit more hope.
Because, like you said before, it's like once we get to the point where we become the owners of the digital selves, but then ultimately you look at you abstract that even further and you say, what happens when you have to recognize that as a sentient separate from yourself,
and you don't own it,
and like I wouldn't want to own it if it was.
Well, I wouldn't want to either. That's what I mean. I sentient. I don't want to own it either. I want it to live its own life.
And it will, but we ultimately want to come to this. We want to own ourselves. Do you know what I mean? We want to be the proprietors of ourselves.
I guess
that's what encapsulates freedom.
It's true. It's self-improvement, and self-mastery. It's the, you know what I mean? That's the goal of that, pretty much, is to own yourself and be in control of your.
It's a very abstract term, ownership. That's become very skewed in the past few centuries. To
I wonder why that is.
Now we have a fiction painted where we are the believers that we own ourselves, when ultimately there are legal fictions created of us that operate within a system that come to define who we are in reality.
And most people don't even.
Who owns Smoke the Alien?
I don't know.
Nobody owns Smoke the Alien.
Nobody.
It's very interesting to think about things in this way. In Meta, so we've already started the journey towards human twinning in the form of yes, that started a long time ago, especially in a legal fictional context, but in the form of the above mentioned avatars. Beautiful stuff, but these are currently rather clunky and primitive, right? So we don't actually have that's what I'm saying, is at the heart of this metaverse that we're heading towards, is that there's things about it that are so important that people don't see yet. Where I'm trying to, but what about that in connection to that in connection to that, and it's going to blow the ethical fucking lid off of and
because people are too busy looking at the cons of the whole thing, like a lot of people. They're not looking at the positives that could come from it. They're looking at what big tech will use it for, what people you know what I mean? Yeah.
Well, nobody wants to be a corporate slave. But
no, nobody. Not even me.
So in Meta, formerly Facebook's virtual reality platform, Horizon Worlds, Horizon Worlds, for example. You may be able to give your avatar a similar face to your own, but you can't even provide it with any legs because the technology is at such early stages. So, well, isn't that funny? That that frustrates me, because a reflection of your digital self doesn't necessarily have to conform to the idea that it has to reflect your physical presence. No.
Yeah.
What?
No.
You're a brain in a vat, for Christ's sake. You're not.
And then, like, we're all just in a sea of consciousness, like literally.
Maybe.
Yeah.
At the most abstract term of it, we are probability functions in a operating under a collectivized, operating under a collective series of atoms which have come to formulate the human body.
It's really weird, because it's like literally we've gotten to a point as a species, right, where we're like neocortex formed, like we rose above like the animalistic nature of like where we came from, right? But we're still limited, like to a degree, like because of where we came from, like because of our biological background, like our biological makeup.
Because of the way we interpret our biological selves.
Maybe.
Because what we understand the self to be. Because we're so anchored in the physical understanding of the self. So anchored that we think that those two are intrinsically linked to one another, that ultimately the physical is there's no difference between out there and in here.
But there is. It's a big difference.
It's also ethically and morally grey to get to the heart of these issues. That's why I believe it's such an important frontier. It's now we should be having these conversations.
Yeah, well, yeah. Now especially, like, which is what's coming, like in the next 10 to 20 years, like, the world's going to change drastically. Like
Professor Sandra Wachter. Go on.
No, I was going to say, like, in like humanity, as far as humanity goes, we'll probably make some big changes as in evolution goes in the next, like, say, 100 years, 1,000 years, like, you know what I mean?
Professor Sandra Wachter, also an anagram of watcher, no, a senior research fellow at the AI in AI at Oxford University, understands the appeal of creating digital twins of humans. It is reminiscent of exciting science fiction novels, and at the moment that is the stage where it is at. She adds that whether someone will be successful at law school, get sick, or commit a crime will depend on the still debated nature versus nurture question. So, how do you know that these digital twins are what, man? But imagine, imagine you've got this guy, you've got this ability to be able to program something that will ultimately program you. How do you feel? How do you feel about that?
I don't know. It's quite hard to,
from an ethical standpoint.
Hard to grasp.
From an ethical standpoint. Whew. It's more consent. Consent. Would I entertain the idea of consenting to something that will ultimately come to program me for a certain means? I'd want to know what would define the certain means. I want to know the ultimate destination of what it's attempting to program me to become. That's why I like the idea of that we have the ability to take, because I mean that's what ultimately education systems and all institutions of society ultimately do, is program us to become things. That's the idea. Is it not?
So what you're saying is like this digital version of ourselves could be literally like our digital reality programmer, like basically
our physical reality programmer.
Yeah, well, that's it physically from the digital realm. Programs our realm.
I hate talking about this stuff. Like people, but would I subscribe to the idea? Would I allow a something to program me for a certain means. If I had absolute confidence in what was programming me, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, well, people get programmed every day and they don't even know it.
That's right. You turn on the television, you're being programmed. You walk out the front door, you're being programmed. Maybe reality itself is
have a conversation with someone. You're being programmed.
Where does it end? Where does the realization? When do people finally start realizing that the entirety of society is designed around the idea of to code you?
Yeah, well, the whole school thing and like what school is showed me that, and banks and things like that. Like it's like, yeah, we are literally like indoctrinated every step of the way for some cause or another.
That's why.
So why not be programmed by something to your own personal growth or personal development?
Why not take the ability of the idea to be able to program yourself into account?
Like this. I know kung fu, like that.
See that, and then I go, yeah. Deep. It's deep, man. It's deep. Like you start talking about this stuff, you get painted a villain just for literally addressing it. Like, and then when people arrive at yes, we found it out, but I knew that. I know things. You just know things are going to happen.
Right. Yeah.
Just for
that was a prime example of that. Like, and like the funny part is like sometimes people don't even see that they are just as programmed or like brainwashed as what they claim you to be. That you don't.
Once you awaken to that world, man, you don't realize the ironic dualities that come out of people's mouths. Like until you start deconstructing their vernacular, their vocabulary for yourself.
Yeah, and word choice is like you can read a lot from like the type of words people use, like a lot.
You can nurture that, bro. You can nurture it. You can, You ultimately help people arrive at some sort of freer version of themselves. So, some sort of more awakened, more aware version of themselves.
Yeah, well, self-awareness is pretty important.
And awareness of what you do to others, man, is even more important.
Yeah, I'll agree with that.
So instead, it is in the fields of product design, distribution, and urban planning where the use of digital twins is currently. Did I read that top part?
I think you've read that.
No, I haven't. No. So it will depend on good luck or bad luck, friends, family, their socioeconomic background and environment, and of course their personal choices. Very important one, that personal choices. Personal choices. However, she explains, AI is not yet good at predicting these single social events due to their inherent complexity. And so we have a long way to go until we can understand and model a person's life from beginning to end. Yes. I have a dream that that ultimately the way that the complex ability to record our life is becoming so well. I don't, that's meta ironic there, because that's what we're doing in this moment right now.
Yeah. Recording our life,
right?
Or a slither of it, anyway.
A slither, you say, Manticore?
A slither.
We're nearly into the second hour as well, so yeah. Just getting people warmed up, primed to go, and we'll have some fun in a little while. Probably should switch up these segments of these, because this just deters people. These kinds of conversations straight away. So to have this as the opener for the show,
do some supernatural videos when we start, like to lull them in, and then
lull them in.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Manticore. What do you think I'm trying to manipulate people, for Christ's sake? Stop it.
Nah.
I'm trying to provide a platform for people to debate, people to be entertained, people to have truly engaging conversations that could, help them alter their own perceptions about how they, yeah.
Carol's Cookie says, I'm here. You can stop missing me now. We were debating if movie was bad or bad.
Bad or bad or
bad.
Man, yeah.
Not that sort of slither. I meant like a slice.
So let's talk about it more like So I'll get to the end of this article anyway, and I'll rip through it, and then because we're nearly into the second hour, and we'll talk about something more yeah, less cosmically terrifying. Carol's Cookie says, "Who's slithering? What's going on here?" Instead, however, she explains, AI is not yet good at predicting these single social events due to their inherent complexity. And so we have a long way to go until we can understand a model of a person's life and beginning and end, assuming that is ever possible. But hey, want to sacrifice as much data as possible in order to, don't worry, I'll put myself on the figurative cross for everyone. They can recreate my consciousness, and I'll be a model citizen of what not to do into the future for everyone. Okay, there you go. Instead, it is in the fields of product design, distribution, and urban planning, where the use of digital twins is currently the most sophisticated and extensive. Interesting. In Formula One racing, the McLaren and Red Bull teams use digital twins of their race cars. Yes, they do. So I'm sure there are many examples through which you can interpret metaphors as to the
I didn't know that about race cars.
Yeah. So meanwhile, delivery giant DHL is creating a digital map of its warehouse and supply chain to allow it to be more efficient. And at what point, you know what I mean? It's more like, you're looking at a digital twin of you're looking at the digital twin in the physical world, but I'm more like, no. Think more like Gran Turismo, where you're racing against the ghost car.
Oh, you're like, yeah, time trial. Or
like time trial, and you're racing against the ghost car.
Yeah.
Well,
very similar sort of
completely different in their abstract interpretation, where there's ultimately you're just running a race against yourself, and the self is trying to improve yourself. That's deep, man. That's deep.
Yeah, that.
It's deep. And increasingly, our cities have replicated in the digital world. Shanghai and Singapore both have digital twins. Yes. Oh God, don't do it. Don't do it. I know where you're going to go. If you start talking about buildings, don't do it. Talking about we're talking about the Singapore bank here. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Don't do it. Set up to help improve the design and operations of buildings, transportation systems, and streets. Don't do it. Don't do it. If you talk about the bank, yep. Oh no. See, this is all. They did. They're doing it, and then of course they add into the context. Yep. You know what I mean? Like, we're so in trouble, man. We're so in trouble. At the level of sophistication of manipulation involved in just reading a simple article. So in Singapore, one of the tasks, you just refocus and interpret it and use it as a data pool to stop, to analyze, to have a debate, a conversation about it, to open up the forum for the chat.
That's what they're doing with that Earth 2, though, as well, aren't they? Same sort of thing.
Yep. Making a digital replica of Earth at every element. And that's what Google Earth has ultimately already done, has it not?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Very much so.
I don't use maps a lot. A friend of mine was showing me the other day how advanced the mapping system is on Google Maps now. It's ridiculous.
I do.
You can go into satellite view and He was showing me what the fuck.
And not only satellite view, but you can go back X amount of years in order to see the previous.
That's
now imagine when that's what I was about to say. Imagine how sophisticated that technology is going to become. And what do you think Elon Musk is doing with Starlink right now? Oh yeah, free internet for everybody. Yeah, go on. No. No.
Yeah. I'll be surprised if any of us get free internet, mate.
Oh, you will. That'll be part of the package, but it'll be like, oh, by the way, we're constantly surveilling the Earth at every single facet in real time, and and here's a digital recreation based upon the data points that are being received from a legion of satellites that are. Yeah,
the drone swarm. Like there'll be like
what I mean?
drones everywhere too eventually as well. Like
what's the difference? There isn't a difference. Satellites are just
there isn't.
Yeah,
it's the same thing. Yeah,
and the more complex, the more of an array you get. The complex array to be able to provide real time information and data. The good or bad, take your pick. Bad movie or good movie? Bad or good movie?
Yeah, I don't like it, but what choice do we have, really, at the end of the day?
We don't have. No, that's what I mean. We can kick and stomp as individuals and take a stance and rage at the idea and become.
It gets you nowhere. It makes you bitter,
far.
makes you angry, like makes you resentful. Like, what's the point? I went down that road and it's not productive at all. Like,
it's really not.
You end up nihilistic and
Okay, I could go into that a bit further, but I won't. That ultimately it just makes you miserable to live in that mindset. Makes you absolutely a miserable cunt.
Yeah, well, that's like you told me not to focus on things that I don't agree with or don't enjoy. And I've been doing that, and literally has changed my life. And changed my outlook on life. Just something that simple. It's like what you fucking perpetuate is what you become, really.
Yes, and that environment that you foster, ultimately becomes the cesspool that you despise. So. Yeah.
Look at Alex Jones, like 20 years ago, right? Like what he used to look like
there,
and what
man.
he looks like now. It's like
don't get me wrong.
His life hasn't been fantastic.
Yes, but as long as he's selling, but he don't give a shit. As long as he's selling Ultra Male Vitality, he don't give a shit.
Oh yeah.
As long as he's getting his money from his sponsors, man, he's going to monetize this to the ends of the earth. So.
Yeah,
but he becomes, I say good on him because he becomes a symbol and an idea.
Well,
and he has
big time.
Yeah.
Probably more so than many other people in the same sort of you know what I mean? Yeah. He's pretty from what he was it was just what was it, a TV show basically a news show.
Prime is here, Carol. He is watching and taking everything in.
There you go. It is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. And if you can see it for everything that it is. Yeah.
I'm just glad I'm here to see it all unfold live.
I'm happy. Happy. I take in wherever it's all heading to slice out a little corner, carve out a little space, however you want to interpret it. Sit here and speak my mind about it all. Because it's horrible to know that you can't stop it, man.
And that's the thing. Everyone still thinks. I was saying this to somebody yesterday about the coup d'etat and the uprising, and there's no point anymore. Literally, why? So the same thing can happen with the people that take over and the you know what I mean? After that, because it's always going to happen. Power corrupts people.
The pendulum always swings. Pendulum always swings.
So yeah, the best thing you can do is find a space and make that space happy, and give back to people.
And maybe it'll go on to influence something so much further outside of yourself than you could ever dream. All right. So in Singapore, yes, one of the tasks of the digital twins is to help find new ways for people to navigate, avoiding areas of pollution. Other places use the technologies to suggest where to build new infrastructure, such as underground lines, and new cities in the Middle East are being built simultaneously in the real world and the digital, of course, like cities like Dubai. Here we have Shanghai. French software company Dassault Systems says it is now seeing interest from thousands of firms for its digital twins technology. Yes, I'm sure you're all going to make a killing.
I don't understand what use a digital city could be though. Like,
what do you mean, a smart city?
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah, I get.
You kidding me?
They're talking about like a digital model of the city, though, aren't they? Or are you actually talking about fully augmenting the city to make it digitally?
Both. I'm talking that the digital aspect of the city, where it's with its autonomous systems, like its ability to use it as an entire sensory. You know, the entirety of the city is sensory based, and there is a model created of that city. But ultimately, you can overlay that where it becomes even more complex when you ultimately overlay that model back on top of the city. And increase that data complexity and people to interact with that. That's what Beyond Ever After. That's what Beyond Ever After is, dude. But of course, we have science fiction, fantasy coming to the equation, where we believe they're ultimately going to boil down to mega structures which become like the digital prisons of society, instead of open planned, sensory based cities that do exactly what I just described. We're always thinking that we're always thinking it's going to be built in a way that is going to imprison us, as opposed to enhance our very
What
lives.
is that? Why do we do that? Like, where does that come from?
I sense a riot brewing in the chat from Carol's Cookies.
Yeah.
Do you, Prime? Do you now?
He's on to you. A Digi-City?
But a Digi-City, yes.
Keep your Digi-Babies.
What?
We're also going to keep your Digi-Babies, but in a Digi-City.
I won't. Maybe. But imagine that. Imagine that. That's when it becomes truly interesting to me. Is like, sure, you can have you can have a digi child in a digital world, but imagine when you can have if you're living in, say, hypothetical situation, you're living in a smart city and you have a digital child, which is ultimately the reflection of you, and all of the data points that have come to exist. How else do I describe this? And then you ultimately, and within that digital city is hologram technology that ultimately projects that digital self of you into the real world. How?
Is that like for
now? Yes, that's what I mean. You will be able to, in a sense, where it'll have haptic feedback technology, where there will be no distinction from the overlay of the digital world onto the real world. So
hectic.
Carol says, if I fire a torpedo at it, will it hit anything or just ripple and fly straight through? Interesting question, Carol. Interesting question. Would you want to live in that world?
Depends on how it yeah, I don't know. Like,
because I would.
Yeah, I would. But like, of course I would. We don't really have much choice, really, at the end of the day. Like,
welcome to the chat, Mr. Ryan Cardinal.
Robot Cardinal.
He says, just remember, before any big changes in life that you've a choice in X, an example, moving in with the girlfriend, moving to a new city, bank loan, starting a business with a friend. Make sure you are. He's talking about physical cranks. He's talking about getting the physical engine started. is what he's talking about here, Mr. Ryan Cardinal. Here we have our antagonists in the chat today. Here we go. We've entered into the second hour. Let's get a little bit crazy, shall we?
Crazy, you say?
Yes. For a software company, Dassault Systems, I read that. So far, its work has included using digital twins to help a hair care firm, digitally design more sustainable shampoo bottles. Oh, that's the underlying. That's that's not as important to me as literally creating a digital twin, but it's the start of the prototyping phase. So instead of endless real life prototyping phase, this cuts down on waste. Whoop-de-doo. I suppose it solves a small part of the problem. So, and it is enabling other firms to design new futuristic projects, from jetpacks to motorbikes that have floating wheels, even flying cars. Each has a physical prototype too, but the refining of that initial model happens in the digital space. But the real value seen in digital twins is in healthcare. Yeah, that's cool. I see a their ability to operate on imagine digital operations, like you get that digital replication of the self down to the atomic level, and then a digital operation ultimately occurs, and then using that system, it will ultimately the system itself will perform that physical operation on a person to the atomic precision level.
Yeah. Well, Elon Musk did that with the Neuralink bot, like built that thing that does, and that it does something that human surgeons can't do. Like really, that. What happens if we shake the shampoo bottle?
So default Dassault Systems Living Heart project has created an accurate virtual model of a human heart that can be tested and analyzed, allowing surgeons to play out a series of what-if scenarios for the organ using various procedures and medical devices. That's cool.
Yeah, that's.
But they would ultimately have to develop a system which has the ability to replicate each individual heart. So the project was founded by Steve Levine, who had a personal reason to want to create a digital twin. His daughter was born with congenital heart disease. And a few years back, when she was in her late 20s and at the high risk of heart failure, he decided to recreate her heart in virtual reality. Deep, bro. Deep. Boston Children's Hospital is now using the technology to map out real patient heart conditions. While at Great Ormond Street Hospital in London, a team of engineers is working with clinicians to test devices that may help children with rare and difficult to treat heart conditions. Of course, I'm all about treating children with rare and difficult heart conditions. Experimenting on a digital heart also has the knockoff effect of cutting down on the need to test on animals. Yes, that's preservation of life is important at every step of the way. One of the most controversial aspects of scientific research, says Severin Truillet, Global Affairs Director at Dassault Systems. The firm now plans on more digital organ twins. Horrifying prospect, but also deeply fascinating to me. So
basically, what do they do? Just map the digital organs so they can like study like things that like potentially could go wrong or that are wrong. Is that what?
What do you mean? Like, it's creating a system where they will be able to perform the experiment in a controlled environment, where they will be able to perform the operation in a controlled environment, which will ultimately minimize the harm and the outcome of once they do perform the operation in reality.
Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense.
Because it is ultimately an experiment. So
See, a lot of this stuff is hard to get your head around because it's stuff that hasn't even, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not used.
Well, it's
like, so
well, it's all existing in the realm of potential. So, but they are implementing it. They are experimenting with it. So, if you're in a place where you can minimize harm, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
At some point, so we will give a digital twin so that you can go to the doctor, and we can increasingly make, preventative medicine and make sure that every treatment is personalized. Because that's ultimately what it comes down to. You've got science right now which is trying to create a how do you say it? You know, a one shoe fits all kind of scenario, but ultimately it's going to come down to individual, how they approach it for each individual person. It'll come down to that point where the safest method of approach is replication at an individual level. So,
yeah, well, everyone's different. Like every individual is different. Like
every person's DNA is different. But ultimately, we are made up of we are all made of the same thing. So, perhaps even more ambitious than replicating human organs is the race to build a digital version of our entire planet. Interesting, Manticore, that you arrived at the same conclusion. So we spoke about this on the download, a couple of months ago now, about the US software firm NVIDIA running a platform called Omniverse designed to create virtual worlds and digital twins. One of its most ambitious projects is to build a digital doppelganger of the Earth, capturing high-resolution imagery of its entire surface. We just went into that realm. Earth 2, there you go, as it is dubbed.
How original.
So, well, I'll just check over in the chat as well.
Ryan Cardinal, all life is sacred except mosquitoes and bedbugs. Fuck those things.
Damn, chat's getting fiery. Here we go. You're off your rocker, woman. Carol says the Digi-City is inside the shampoo bottle. Just like the bottle city of Candor. Of Candor. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yep. What happens if we shake the shampoo bottle? Ask Carol. Is it like an etch-a-sketch? You people are fucking terrible, but I entertain you.
Tut.
You shake anything too vigorously and stuff comes out. Carol. Ryan says to Carol, says, "Ew, keep your scree pants on, Shadow Snack." Yes. Well, it is the second hour. Unfortunately, we have an obligation to the chat.
Yeah.
Shake.
Your pant.
The one pant, the single pant. Right.
The single pant.
Yes. I do like that, though. All life is sacred except mosquitoes and bedbugs for those things.
Yeah.
Ryan Cardinal says it's made of scree, eh?
Scree,
And Carol is enjoying herself in the chat.
All right, you lot. All right, we'll have a bit of fun. We've kept it serious for far too long. But let me just, because you did make a really good point there, Manticore. You did bring it. You did predict with your predictive model ultimately where it was all going to arrive at. So, Earth 2 is, yes. Well, that's the ultimate. Well, I mean, replica universe. If you want to go fucking replica multiverse, replica higher dimension. At what point do we realize that that maybe all of it is just a replication of the former? Well, just like our cells divide in the creation of life, so too do the membranes of reality.
Membranes.
Yes, the meme brains.
The
We're
meme
all
brains.
about those. We are all about those meme brains around here. I've got a great level of respect for meme brains. I too have a meme brain. Does anybody want to see my meme brain?
I'm not saying anything.
Oh shit! Now you seem very, very serious there, Manticore, about this riot unfolding in the chat.
Chaos Cookie says I'm having a blast.
Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. I
Far
said
too long or
membrane.
far too long.
Carol. I said Carol. Far too long or far too long. I said
That is the
membrane,
question.
Carol. You know, like the you haven't heard of M theory, M category theory? Come on, get with the times. All right. So
Pew, no target. Take cover.
So Earth-2, as it is dubbed, will use a combination of deep learning models and neural networks to mimic physical environments in the digital sphere and come up with solutions to climate change. Well, that's the...
Oh, you do.
Oh, don't get me started on climate change, please.
Not going there.
Just
Not going there. We'll ignore that,
there.
yeah.
In March this year, the European Commission... Oh, here we go. Here comes a subtle plug for the global government. Okay, in conjunction with the European Space Agency, among others, announced its plans to make a digital twin of the planet dubbed Destination Earth.
Destination Earth.
Destination. What is your destination? By the end of 2024, it hopes to have enough data from real-time observations and simulations to have a digital twin that will focus on floods, drought, and heat waves, alongside natural disasters such as earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and tsunamis, and provide countries with concrete plans to save lives in the face of these growing challenges.
Can't tell I'm rolling my eyes.
You're rolling your eyes, Manticore? I'm rolling my eyes on the inside, but
I just did it on the outside.
yeah.
That's the problem, though, with this stuff. Like all this potential, and they use it for things that. But I'm all for like combating climate change.
Oh yeah. Are you going against me trying to change the climate, Manticore?
Nah.
Shit. Yes. Wait a minute. You didn't say Discord, did you? Yeah. Oh, yes, you did. Right. That's a PBS space-time one. I did recall that.
Black hole paradox being solved.
Mm-hmm. All right. Should we go down a cosmic rabbit hole? You wanna? Yeah.
You see me rolling, they hating, says Ryan Cuddle.
Can if you want. We can do the paranormal stuff. We can do. Yeah. We've got so many avenues to travel down, all at once. It's yeah.
All at once.
All at once. Let's keep the music going. Keep the music going.
Ryan Cardinal says, you see me rolling, they hate him.
This is my life now. This is my life now.
Could be worse.
All right. Oh, it could be worse. Could be far worse. There may be a robot up. There may be a robot uprising, and we may all perish to our superior intellect of the planet. But maybe, just maybe, we may integrate. We may integrate with it. We may. We may. The information paradox. Do you want to talk some Stephen Hawking's and some? You would do that, Manticore?
Yeah.
I don't know.
We've
I
already
don't know if
talked
you're into
about
that sort of thing.
Me and you've talked about this before, haven't we? Hawking. Yeah, I thought so.
Oh, but the information paradox has been solved. Apparently,
solved.
Or maybe it may be just a headline in order to catch people's attention. But
probably was.
But I'm interested.
The article's probably like 2 paragraphs
Oh my
long.
God. Good to see you. Good to see you. We're on board with climate change. There, Carol. Shit. It is the second hour, though. I am obligated. Brian Cardinal says, "Oh, rise my robots." All right, we could go the spooky route, or we could talk about the information.
Feeling better.
Or we could talk about the information paradox.
I'm gonna.
I guess I'll leave it.
Stuff.
Oh yeah, I was going to say. I guess I'll leave it open up to you, Manticore. To all right.
Paranormal.
You weren't. So you weren't too impressed with Ryan Cardinal's art, were you, Manticore?
Which one?
In the spaceship. Well, I mean the art that
I
he
was.
dropped. So was
I
I.
was impressed.
Oh, yeah.
It was good.
Excellent.
Pretty good.
Excellent, Manticore.
What are you talking?
All right, where are we going? Let's get this fired up.
There wasn't
Paranormal.
many UFO sort of ones this time. It's all ghosty stuff, I think.
Yeah, I wanted to do that. Save them for today's episode.
I'll put some more in yesterday as well.
Yep. Probably won't get to them all there, but let me just. So, summary: digital twins. What do you think?
Yeah, I suppose it's a good idea if it helps. In medical fields, especially like medical, would be good applications.
But let's go to the darker sax-based element of it, Manticore. What about programming?
I was trying to stay away from that.
You were trying to stay away from that? Well,
yeah,
that's not what we do around here, son. It's not what we do around here. I don't like it either, but it's if we're not going to address it, it's just going to keep on continuing, isn't it? So. So the darkest elements of digital twins and the ability to be programmed by an artificially intelligent counterpart.
Depends on what you're being programmed for, I guess. Like,
yes, it does. I did mention that, Manticore. I did mention that.
Yeah, no, I just.
What if we're being programmed? What if you were being programmed to ask questions?
Is that necessarily a bad thing?
I don't know. I don't have the answer to those questions. Yeah. Don't have the answer to those questions. But that is the perils of the information paradox. Is it not?
You're telling the story.
Hey! All right. So that's enough of that for one day. Let's go into some nice, calming, soothing. Wait, but didn't we do this video? I swear I've seen this already.
Which one is it?
The slapped ham, scary clips the viewers struggle to explain.
I don't think so, because there's more of
mean?
one of them. There's like he does all heaps of them.
Yeah, I've seen these ones.
Full of. I might have dropped it in there by accident.
I've seen these ones. Let me have a look at it. All right, we'll go to. Oh, that information paradox is calling me though, bro. Oh, it's calling me.
Carrot Cookie says, "What if you're programmed to give the wrong answers?"
Damn. Wouldn't that be a messed up paradox?
What defines the right or wrong answer?
Bias?
I guess.
Ooh. He's good. He's very good. He's very good. All right. For the sake of Manticore, we're going to bring him back into the right place, into the good place. All right. Let me just do this, and we just set it up. 30 minutes worth. Far out.
Yeah, some of them though aren't fantastic. There's probably you have to skip through. I reckon a couple.
All right.
That's the problem. They put they put 2 or 3 really good ones on with 3 shit ones.
Okay. All right, let's do this. Paranormal 7. Yeah! And then after the paranormal segment, Manticore, we're going to talk about. I'm not sure if Fanta's going to show up in the chat or not, but we were requested to dive down the rabbit hole of the Nazi experimentation technology.
Oh, the Nazi bell.
The German bell.
Mm-hmm.
So that's coming up soon. Carol asks, am I supposed to go to the corner of shame? No, Carol. I believe Ryan Carnell might be deserving to go to the corner of shame, though. But he's also bringing some very interesting points that should be addressed. So Ryan Carnell says, Bigfoot. All right, let's go. You. Yes. All right, let's go. What do we got here? Why don't I have any audio? Okay.
Now you do.
All right.
How you doing? I'm Cal, and this is Slapped Ham. Today we're looking at some scary videos no one can quite explain.
All right, let's skip his intro. Let's just get down to it. We'll provide the intro. Today we're going to be looking at some
scary videos. The first one is a baby.
Captured this creepy clip. They
Sleep
decided
tight.
to post it to the social media platform, hoping to get some answers. The footage is taken from the uploader's baby monitor, which overlooks their 2-year-old child as they sleep. Take a look at what happens.
Whoa.
The uploader believes that it appears as though their child's feet are being pulled by some sort of unseen force.
Interesting.
Unfortunately for the uploader, many viewers agreed. If you take another look at the clip, it certainly does seem as though the child's legs are being wrenched in some way.
You watch its leg get pulled,
Yeah, that's clear.
Yeah.
But what do you think's going on in this video? Do you agree with the viewers on Reddit, or is there another way to explain what's going on here? Let me know your theories in the comment section down below.
Yep. That looked pretty legit to me.
Yeah.
Especially as the nature of kids, man, so that it's one thing for...
It's a fucking Sasquatch.
It's one thing for... Yeah. But it's one thing for adults to fake the nature of these things, but when it starts bringing kids into the equation, she gets pretty serious pretty fucking fast, right? Yeah.
I've seen muscle spasms in little kids before, but that wasn't a muscle spasm. Like that leg, he was clearly getting pulled. You could see it. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Hey peeps, just a quick...
No!
Mobile version.
No, your advert.
Now he's trying to shill your fucking games now.
Yeah, he's trying to shill me Shadow Legends.
If you're a new player,
Shadow
2020, the investigators from the YouTube channel Signs and Signals decided to explore a supposedly haunted church that was built sometime in the 1800s. While the location itself is rather creepy, all seems relatively normal at first.
Anybody here tonight like make some communications?
That is until one of the investigators asks if any paranormal entities present used to play the piano here in the church.
Did you used to play piano here?
watch the
We
doorway.
would love to hear you play again.
Go back again and watch the doorway. Yeah.
Oh,
see that? Fuck.
Did you used
What
to
is
play
that?
piano here?
There you go.
We would love to hear you play again.
we would love to hear you play again.
Can you play your
He's
favorite
not
song?
shitting it at all.
At first, it's hard to spot, but a shadowy figure can be seen peeking its head through the doorway at the rear of the church.
We would love to hear you play again.
Carrot's cookies, please don't play. Please don't play.
It
Yeah, look at
seems
that.
the investigators didn't notice it at the time and decide to continue exploring the old church.
Oh, old mate just sitting up back
It's
there.
his mate. Oh, mate,
Yeah.
sitting in the back. Yeah. These people have got more balls than me, man. I wouldn't go in places like this. No fucking way.
I do. I used all the fucking time, man. No fear.
Not long after, they hear a sound coming from one of the back rooms.
I mean, the very fact that he had old mate there sitting at the back.
Play the piano one more time for me.
He had old mate there sitting at the back, like just yeah, could very well be the fact that he's got somebody else there in the back to.
Yeah, well, yeah, that could be. It's always a case, always a possibility with videos like this, though. Like, accept that what they're telling you
They
is
find
the
a
truth.
cupboard
yeah.
door seems to have opened all by itself.
That's cool. Oh no, his
Then,
mate
as
went out the
camera
back.
holder turns away, they see a chair positioned at the end of the corridor. However,
chair
if you
was
take
the
a
other way
closer look at the
around.
chair's position earlier in the video, you can see that it's actually changed.
Okay.
Could this be the work of some sort of resident paranormal entity?
Rearranging the furniture.
Then, in July 2021, one of the investigators decided to return to this very church.
So
the
it's
same guy too.
It was all
He came back again.
It's now going to be Imagine if we could train a legion of ghosts in order to. It's Who knows? Who knows? Who knows?
alone.
Legion of Ghosts, you
As he
say?
makes his way around the creepy building, he manages to catch something unsettling.
What do you mean, man? To go just like the Ghost Army in Artifice Re-Animate? No.
Camera, take a look.
Is anybody here with me?
There we go. The chair. There we go. Could have been someone in there pulling it, but just doing this shit in it though.
Watching that
Right.
again, one of the chairs in the room where the dark figure was seen in the previous video moves seemingly all on its own.
That's cool.
Mm.
Still could be
Fucking
staged
chair.
though.
This Carol.
Bravely, he decides to go in for a closer look.
It moved a fair bit though, because it was pushed in like the other one. Right?
As he searches the area, he finds 3 books on the floor.
Interesting.
Possibly
This
Bibles. These
looks a bit
books
sus
look as
to me,
though
though,
they've
the
been
way they're
knocked
sitting.
off the nearby shelf.
That's like they flew off the shelf.
As you do.
It's totally silly.
Yeah.
The investigator continues his exploration of the old church when suddenly he hears something in the distance.
Oh,
Ooh, piano.
see, somebody's in here messing with me, dude. Somebody in here messing with me.
Hmm.
I'm just in here.
Also, does he think that somebody's actually in like a
Unable
person
to
in
find
there?
any reason for the mysterious music,
He does
the
seem to be
investigator
genuinely shooting
becomes
himself.
distracted
Yeah, that's
by a
what I
loud
was-
banging noise coming
Yeah.
from another room.
Ooh.
Oh, there you go.
Shit. And he's like right next to the piano too.
Then, as he does, the piano starts to play once again. Understandably, this is enough to send the investigator running scared from
He's
the
peeking
building,
now.
and the video abruptly ends.
His reaction seemed pretty
So
legit.
what would you
to
do
me.
if you found yourself in this situation? Would you stay there to try and see where the music was coming
down and play
from, or would you
chopsticks with the
hightail it out
ghost?
of there as fast as possible?
Just in here, taking pictures.
Well, you don't want to play a bit of Heart and Soul, Manticore?
No, just try. I don't know how to play Heart and Soul. I know chopsticks. That's it.
You got to step up your game, bro. Step up your game.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, his reaction was pretty legit. I reckon for that one.
When Reddit
Hard to say, but
Huh. Well, I'll be impressed when the ghost starts playing for a release, that's for sure.
Duel of the Fates or something like that.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right, I'm gonna...
I'd shit my pants.
Oh shit.
Carol's Cookie says, if you think if I went on that ghost picnic, I could talk them into becoming a legion of ghosts with us.
Whoa.
Vic King's in the chat. He says, real AF.
I'm gonna make a coffee real quick, and then we're gonna get into the meat of the ghost debate, my friends. Would you care to take this next?
Here and...
Yes, and do one segment for yourself, one bit for yourself, Manticore. I know.
And squirm. No, that's all
so
right.
hard.
I can do it. I'll
All right,
squirm,
cool.
but I can do it. Yeah.
I forgot to make a coffee, so be right back.
Yeah. Are you gonna
All
play this, or I just have to talk to myself?
Yep. No, I'm
Like
gonna
a
play.
weirdo? All right, cool.
Don't worry. I won't throw you under the bus, Manticore. Don't worry.
Editor Burke Barber bought a restaurant in Albuquerque, New Mexico. They probably didn't expect it to be haunted. Since purchasing the venue, many unnerving events have occurred, including dishes falling by themselves and lights mysteriously turning on and off all by themselves. One time, the floor in the restroom was wet, but when an employee returned to clean it, it was suddenly dry. However, the creepiest piece of potential paranormal evidence comes from one of the security cameras. Take a listen to the chilling sounds that can be heard.
Yeah, I don't know what that sound was.
Some listeners think it sounds like a demonic voice.
Yeah, that's weird. You can hear something. What is it saying?
One viewer even thought they could hear the voice saying, "Help me." While it's unclear what was responsible for the unnerving sounds, the fact that they seem to have been recorded while there was no one in the building makes it quite disturbing. So what do you think could be making these bizarre noises? Could it really be a resident spirit or demon, or is there another explanation?
Vic King thinks that it was Ryan shitting his pant. Carol's Cookies says he said, "Help me." Ryan Cardinal says, "Scree." It doesn't sound like "help me" to me.
This mysterious video was posted to Reddit by Mushi Mushi. The uploader claims that they captured the video shortly after getting married in 2019 during a trip to northern Washington state to visit their partner's family for Christmas and New Year's. While there, their partner's parents decided to take them to a place in the mountains called Ladder Falls. The area is secluded and far from civilization. After spending some time exploring the trails, they made their way to the waterfall. In the summertime, the waterfall is the centerpiece of a sound and light show. However, in the winter, there's no one around, so the show is discontinued. The couple took a video of the waterfall, noting how
Does the waterfall still
loud
exist
it
if there's
was
nobody
and
around? See it
by
flow?
snow.
I don't know.
Hear it splosh.
That's only worker stuff up there, I think.
All right, what's going on here?
I don't know what this one is. Mysterious music could be coming from a radio hidden somewhere in there.
The following day, the uploader was watching the footage and was surprised by what they could hear. Mysterious music could suddenly be heard on the video. Their husband even asked where the music was coming from. Take another listen.
Whoever edited the video put it on there.
That's only worker stuff.
No, it's coming from the propaganda towers.
The propaganda towers. Broadcasting.
I think it goes back down.
Yeah, that's terrifying.
Yeah,
They submitted the video to a paranormal YouTube channel where several viewers pointed out that if you're wearing headphones while listening to the clip, you can only hear the music on one side of the headphones.
Yes, that's true.
That's only worker stuff up there, I think.
But have they got stereoscopic audio recording capabilities and? Oh no, it's turning.
That could have been unable to offer an explanation.
That's why it potentially could be doctored. So
about where the strange
that
music
one wasn't
is actually coming from.
It's a bit underwhelming.
The fact that the music can only be heard on one side when listening with headphones makes it even stranger.
Not really.
So what do you think's causing the unusual tune? I'd love to hear your theories on this in the comment section down below.
Not when you've got like dodgy earphones.
It's like, okay, yes, it makes it creepy, but also no, it doesn't make it creepy because it just gives more insight into that could potentially be doctored. So yeah.
Well, it could have been like put on there. It could have been played in the background. It could have been lots of different ways they could have done it.
This photo was posted to TikTok by a haunted detective. They claim that the photo was captured by a friend of theirs who was walking several dogs along a hiking trail.
Okay.
The only two present were the dog walker himself and the person who took the photo. At first, nothing seems out of the ordinary.
This is on the thumbnail of the video, so.
However, if you take a closer look, there's something rather unnerving in the background of the picture.
Oh,
Here's
hello.
a picture for you. As you can
Where?
see, something behind him doesn't seem quite
Oh,
right.
yeah.
He was alone. There was no one else around other than him and the person who took this picture. Let's zoom in a little bit.
Whoa, hello.
Excuse me.
It looks too clear, doesn't it?
Excuse
The
me,
creepy figure
what?
Can be
Excuse
seen
me,
peeking
what?
out from behind the wall. It looks as though it's a woman with dark hair and a
It's
pale
like a
face.
Photoshop job to me.
Who appears to be wearing
Looks like
a
my ex-missus
dull
in a
black
dressing gown,
dress,
mate.
looking as
Fucking-
though
Yeah,
she's
well, she
taken
just
from
got out of
this
bed.
time period.
That's crazy.
It is.
That's
Like she's not
crazy.
even wearing clothes from this day and age. This is
Oh
on
my
top
God.
of a mountain. You're telling me that someone got on top of a mountain with an
How
outfit
can you
like
tell
that from like the
where her clothes come from
1800s?
that?
While the figure certainly has many ghostly qualities, it's hard to know for sure just who this could be, as there's no information on where the photo was actually
That's the worst thing
captured.
about stills.
Could it be the ghost of someone that
yeah, I
died
like
in this very
still photos.
location?
No
More
context,
info
no
comes to
nothing.
hand, this photo will have to remain a mystery.
Carol's Cookie says a friend and I went to check an abandoned state hospital in New Jersey. As we got closer, we swear we heard singing like a chorus, but faintly.
Trippy.
Hmm.
Carol also says, "Is that Jeebus?"
Save me, Jeebus.
Ryan Cardinal says, "Holy
Holy
shit!"
It's a
Hey,
witch.
we've got Patrick Hollywood in the chat. He says, "Weird."
Hey, Patrick Hollywood.
Weird. Yes, I'm convinced that it is a witch. Because there is no other further
I'm convinced
explanation needed.
It's a really bad Photoshop job.
She is a witch. Burn her, says Carol's Cookies. Ryan Cardinal agrees with that sentiment. It also says, burn her. Patrick Hollywood standing up for the potential witch in the background by saying, don't burn her. God, you people are so inhumane. Carol's Cookies then doubles down with a fire emoji.
With the single fire emoji.
Of course, there is an ironic duality here where Carol is being a cheeky little witch right now. But You lot. Yes, Ryan Cuddle, mate, asking very important questions and says, but does she weigh more than a duck? All right, you lot. What do you reckon? In all seriousness.
Until more info comes to hand, this photo will have to remain a mystery.
Like I said, I hate stills, so yeah, information is out the windy.
This remarkable piece of footage was supposedly captured by a couple while hiking near the city of Mission in British Columbia, Canada.
All right, here we go. Sam Squanch.
Here posted to the YouTube channel Legend Tracker shows a lake with a sparsely wooded hill in the foreground.
What is that there?
That is a Sam Squanch, Manticore.
A Sam Squanch?
I believe this is the up-and-coming advert for Jack Link's beef jerky.
Probably is.
As you can see on top of the hill, there's a strange bipedal creature that appears to be covered from head to toe.
The man in a gorilla suit.
Yeah, Jim, what I want you to do, mate, is just head over in the fucking plains out there, mate. Fucking
stand on the top of that hill there.
Stand on the hill, right, and just pretend like you're chopping down trees, all right? And I'm going to sit up here on me deck chair and don't worry, mate. With me binoculars and scare the pants off of them bloody idiots on the internet.
They'll be believing in Sasquatches in no time.
Begins to walk to the right of screen. It becomes partially obscured as it moves behind a ridge.
It'd help if the guy kept his camera still. That's kind of weird though. Look at it.
Given the apparent remoteness of the location, it seems unlikely that this would be some sort of prank. The distance at which the creature is spotted also makes sense as to why the couple didn't attempt to move in for a closer look.
I can't
Where?
make out what that is. On the left side there, so you've got the hill, and then like up from there. What is that on the left side? That mass there.
Like log, like some sort of beaver dam, mate.
Because he's like, it's isolated, but like, what is that? Like, that looks like some sort of structure. Like,
what would Sam Squanch be doing?
I don't know, stacking logs or some shit.
Stacking logs. Sam Squanch is building a log cabin. Sam Squanch's intelligence.
He's seasoning his firewood.
Right, he needs firewood. No, he's building a log cabin to bunker him for the winter.
I'll throw this one out to you, the viewer. What do you think this could be?
What do you guys think?
I don't know. It's too hard to say from that distance away. I reckon it could be a dude in a gorilla suit, but it could be something else too. Travis Cookies. Well, that does it. I'm convinced Bigfoot is reals.
All right. No further questions. So, yeah. Right, Connell says Sam Squanch. He says the bigger the big. It's the bigger footaroo. All right. Big King says. Big King says it's made of Sam Squanch with cheese and barbecue sauce. Oh. John Smith in the chat. Don't know who John Smith is. Welcome to the channel. Thank you so much for dropping in. Appreciate it. John Smith. Says I see it. Carl's Cookie says building himself a trap for all the huckleberries.
Got to eat somehow.
Right. He said, John Smith says that's Squatch in the flesh.
Hey, is it Bigfoot, a bear, or something else entirely? Let me know what you think this could be in the comment section down below.
Ryan Cardinal, straight squatching.
Straight squatching. Out there in the wilderness.
Do you even squat?
Do you even squatch, bro? You are shocking, Ryan. Super straight squatching. They see me squatching. They hating. Says Carl's Cookies. Context is weird. of the video. I don't see why Sam Squanch would be
This next video on it.
I don't know.
On the top of a hill.
Right.
Walking back and forth.
Collecting wood.
With no collecting wood. He's seasoning his firewood, man.
Right.
Our list is definitely a blink and you'll miss it style clip. Posted to
Spirit
Reddit by Cold
caught on
Dead.
camera.
The uploader claims to have captured video evidence of a ghost on the side of the road. Take a look. While there's very little accompanying information watching the clip, there does appear to be something there, but whether it's a genuine paranormal entity or simply an optical illusion is up for debate.
I didn't see shit.
These two stills taken from the footage best show
Okay.
the figure in question.
Okay.
Looking at the first image, one could easily think that the ghost's long dark hair is simply a branch of a nearby palm
Yeah, I thought
tree.
it was one of the leaves to start with.
However, if you take a look at the second still, you can see that that's not actually the case, as the figure now appears to be standing some distance from the tree. The figure looks to be female. It's pale and transparent and appears to be wearing a long white dress or gown. The figure certainly resembles the classic depiction of the weeping woman,
Right.
a type of ghost known the world over from many different folk tales. She's often said to wander the earth in sadness, searching for her lost children. Unfortunately, as there's very little information available on this brief video, it's not
That's weird,
possible
isn't
to
it?
come to a definite
It is.
conclusion.
It is weird.
Like many videos of this nature, it will have to remain a mystery.
Damn it.
It looks a bit like, I don't know, like it looks wrong, sort of. Like the second time when it went past, like when she sort of moves, because you can see her move.
So John Smith saying that he says it looks like the Squatch went into a tunnel or something. Says, what would Squatch look like if he shaved? My God, he'd be blending in as one of us.
There's a whole species of them that have just shaved themselves down and they're like living like humans.
Neanderthals. It's really just the remnants of Neanderthals. So, yep. Vic says Squatch, but identifies as a Yeti. I think like need a little bit more of a colder climate, but sure. Ryan says squatching on the top of the bay, just squatching, just munching on that Jack Link's beef jerky, you know.
Jack Link's beef jerky.
Jack Link's beef jerky presents messing with Sasquatch. John Smith says, and does Squatch have a problem with dingleberries? Maybe. Yeah. We could go into the debate of the woods debate.
That reminds me of a joke I heard once.
That reminds me of a story I heard once about never mind. Maybe, John, maybe. Carol says, friend thought she saw one off in the distance once. Turns out it was a Squatch, but it turns out it wasn't a Squatch, just a pressure washer and a ladder. And ladder. It's all right, Carol, we'll go there. Yep, I got you, fam. Gotcha. Yes, John Smith says a lady looking at the water. Pretty astute observation there. She, yeah, but you know, there's plenty of legend and plenty of mythos around ghostly apparitions ghostly female apparitions. Looking off into the yonder of the as they pine. Yes. Right, kind of to shit, even in the afterlife. Oh my God, you're terrible, bro. You're fucking terrible. All right, John Smith says her hand is on the tree at one point. Yes, within and then the next frame, all of a sudden. Oh damn! Carol says maybe if you treated us better. Rude.
Rude what?
Wow. Carol says it's not always about your shadow snake, you know. Wow. Carol's getting fiery. I don't know who this is aimed directly at. Maybe Ryan Cardinal. Maybe one of us on the panel. Yes, Vic King says he's speaking his truth to power. It's a very interesting observation there, Vic. Very interesting observation. I think you've all heard the story before about the... No, let's not. Yeah, so I was aware you were talking to Ryan. Okay. But yes, there's plenty of shenanigans happening in the chat today. As always, I wouldn't expect anything less from you lot. So, oh, that was.
Got the crying.
Well,
fire the Scrapedos.
Oh my lord! All right.
Oh.
All right. I like the footage. So, yeah.
Remain.
And it's nice that we got 2 frames instead of 1 single still frame. So
Fortunately,
that at least
information
had decent
available on this
impact.
brief video. It's not possible to come to a
just
definite
3 frames at least.
conclusion. Like many videos of this nature,
Blink
it
and
will
she's
have
gone.
to remain a mystery.
Yeah, I'm not sold on that one.
You're not? I reckon that's fucking awesome right there. She's got no, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. Damn, Vic, you were so on board with the idea of ghosts the other day. What happened? You can't kill a ghost, man. That's the point. You can't kill a ghost. Yeah. Or undead, if you will.
Is definitely an eerie one. It was posted to Reddit by Ben Taylor and shows a railway employee who decides to investigate a strange sound coming from underground at Crewe Station in the UK.
Cool.
We're not left there.
Probably some drunks. Homeless people or something.
I don't know what it is.
I don't know what it is.
The accent, it's gold.
Let's go again, there.
The sound is probably best described as a type of ghostly wailing.
Yeah, it's definitely homeless people.
Nah, bro, that ain't homeless people.
Are you sure?
That's demonic.
Yeah, nah, fuck that. That's zombies.
Yeah. Sounds like a wolf howling, actually.
That did have a look animalistic
As
sort
the
of.
employee approaches the area where it can be heard the loudest, it suddenly stops, as if whatever's making it is aware that
how
someone's
convenient.
nearby.
That's a wild sound, man.
That is really weird.
Then, as the employee leaves the area, the noise begins once again.
Get the fuck out of there, man. I like that both of their reactions were clearly genuine too. So
Again.
That's a creepy sound too. Like it's like
look at him.
Area, the noise begins once again.
Do you not hear it? Stop.
He's shitting himself, man.
Fucking bacon.
The poster notes that the area was searched the following day by transport police, but they were unable to find any explanation for the strange sound. The following night, the eerie noises returned.
Yeah, it almost does have like a wolf
Other
sort of howl to it,
employees
doesn't it?
claim that they too have heard strange sounds in the area. Some
That's
even
weird.
saw objects moving about on their own. One employee described the area as very haunted and said they were glad that they were no longer based there. So what could be responsible for making this unnerving sound?
Sam Squanch.
Take another listen.
Lock
and
it
let
in.
me know what you think it is in the comment section.
He can't be like on top of the mountain and there at the same time.
It's the third hour now. It's gonna get even worse.
will now because you said that.
Yes, of course. Sorry, I primed the situation for. Yeah,
yeah, you did.
Right, Cardinal, control yourself, sir. You don't want me to come out to play.
Wow, damn. Huh. John Smith getting in on the fun and says, I had diarrhea once and it sounded like that after it stopped. I ate Chinese food in a Taco Bell on the same day. Air or steam, maybe. Right, Cardinal points.
Air or steam.
So I guess we won't be having any constructive conversations today, chat. That's okay.
Down below.
No worries. Gotcha.
Amy Bruni posts a
All
photo
right, next clip.
that she believes she took this photo 18 years ago. It had been
Still
lost
image
for
again.
about a decade. However, she finally found it stashed away in a photo album at her mother's place.
Oh, that's trippy.
Is that
The
is that
girl
the person
seen
in the
picture
background?
is
Is that
Bruni's little sister, but there appears to be
someone on the
else
doorstep?
present. Someone who Bruni says was not there when the photo was taken.
Trippy.
What makes the figure even more mysterious is that there appears to be no shadow. Bruni says that before her family moved into this house, an elderly woman had passed away in it. It's said that every day when her husband went to work, she would wait for him on the porch, right where the mysterious figure is seen standing.
Hmm.
When the photo was originally taken, Bruni's mother took it to a neighbour who was a photographer. They were dumbfounded by the image, unable to offer any explanation for the ghostly figure.
I got nothing on that one.
Yeah, it's too hard
The
to see.
backstory certainly adds an extra
looks
level
like
of
it has
creepiness to this picture.
substance, though. Like, it
That
looks
and the
like there's
fact
a
that it was
person.
captured
Like,
by
it's
a
not
former Ghost
transparent.
Hunters cast member means one certainly has to wonder if we're really staring at a genuine ghost photo.
Maybe.
Because the Church of Latter-day Saints just come to knock on the door and say, hey, like, do you want to get 5 minutes to talk about Jesus? It's the Mormons.
It's definitely the Mormons. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah. What it look like to me.
YouTuber
Next
Alan
clip.
Valoy believes that this video may show a ghost
Here we go.
messing with their son. Captured on a baby monitor, the footage shows the boy as he moves around in his crib. Take a look.
What the fuck?
Watching that again, it appears as though the child is suddenly knocked over by some sort of unseen force.
Okay. Yep.
There was definitely some momentum there. Yeah.
While it does look as though the child is pushed suddenly
It
from the
fucking looks
darkness,
freaky
it
and
simply could be the boy
rewind.
playing around.
Right.
So you'll have to decide for yourself what you think's going on here.
Well, I looked at it. It
Take
didn't look like he was
another
tripping over his
look and
feet.
make your
So,
own mind up.
but he may just. Yeah.
It looks like something kids do when like they're like fighting over a toy and like one of them goes, oh, like throws themselves back like they got hurt.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? But
Just spontaneous
there's nobody else
throwing
in the
himself
room
back.
like to be doing it. Like, that's what makes it weird. Like, why would you do that if there was no reason to? And it's in the middle in the dark.
John Smith says, "Yep, that freaks me out," and he also said, "Yeah, pushed his head for sure." I'd say more.
Yeah,
it looked like he to the chest, but he just flings his head back.
That's weird.
But again, could be like, yeah.
Photo that this video was posted to TikTok by I Am Ruby. It shows a photo that was supposedly taken by the uploader's
Scarier
friend.
than a ghost.
According to the TikToker, the woman took the picture just after having her eyebrows done. When she sent the picture to her boyfriend to show him, he asked her who was in the back seat.
Oh, what the fuck, bro?
Oh, God, who's in the back seat, love?
The woman insists she was all alone when the picture was taken. Yeah, quite clearly on the left-hand side.
Oh,
is a
that's
child's
creepy.
Face.
Oh, bro.
That is creepy.
The uploader believes if you lighten the image, you can actually see two children. However, I can only see one of them on the left-hand side.
I can only see one, and And just say that the ethnicity is nothing like the you know what I mean. So
The child looks pale and ghostly. Definitely
What's
an
going on with the
unnerving thing to
background?
see in the back of your car.
What do you mean? It's just
While the
distorted.
child on the left is
in it?
quite
Like, yeah.
clear, let me know if you
Yeah.
can see the second child that the uploader believes you can also see. If you
That could've
can,
easily
point
been
it
put
out in
in
the
there.
comment section.
No, really, I can kind of see something there but nah, I wouldn't call
That
that.
would be easy to replicate, though, wouldn't it? With software, like to make something like that.
Oh, this has just been clearly edited by software to make it more visible. But, yeah.
Well, the child on the
No, but I'm saying you could
the upload
Photoshop that face into something like this, though, in a still
Yes, you
image.
could.
That,
You could, in
The
theory.
uploader
Yes.
believes if you lighten the image, you can actually see.
But I'm
two
going on the
children.
story that's being told,
However,
so-
I can only see one of them on the left-hand side.
That's the thing about these. You've got to like sort of accept what they're telling you is the truth. Like,
That's right. Is the
child
premise
looks
for the
pale and ghostly. Definitely an unnerving thing to see in the back of your car.
John Smith. Why
While
would
the
a
child
ghost
on the
pose
left
for a
is
picture?
quite clear, let me know if you can see the second child that the uploader believes you can also see. If you
I can't see
can,
anything
point it
else.
out in the comment section down below.
Interesting. Hmm.
We got Rex in the
I've got
chat.
Rex.
Hello, Rex.
What's up, Rex? Next clip.
For many UK residents, the Longs Arms pub in Wiltshire is considered one of the most haunted pubs in the country. The current owners of the establishment, Rob and Liz Alcock, have experienced a plethora of strange and hard-to-explain situations.
Ryan Cardinal's going to jump on that one.
Guests often see dark apparitions.
You're slipping, Cardinal.
Shadows at the corners
You're
of their
slipping.
eye.
Come on, we got a family name Alcock here. Come on, get on it.
There it goes.
No reason at
Oh.
all. Up until recently, it's always been hearsay. Well, now there's some CCTV footage to back up the claims that this old pub is indeed haunted. Here we can see footage from behind the bar. Take a look at what happens.
Oh!
Ooh.
All right, come on, back it up.
Where did that even come from? Or did it
could be-
shattered? That could be temperature or something. couldn't it?
Poor old mate over here. Yeah, that's what I mean. It could
So-
be. I was going to say it could be environment in the pub. Yeah, could be temperature change in the pub. But old mate here's like, what? I didn't fucking. What me?
Wasn't fucking me.
Oh
Wasn't
no!
fucking me.
Look at you. He's like Twilight Zone and that shit.
He used to. That's funny as.
Watching that
That's-
again.
that's more- that's
glass
better than the
liquid
ghost
with
video
shadows
itself.
on one of the lower shelves.
That's so good. Hey yo.
When the owner Rob posted the clip to Twitter, it set the social platform alight with speculation and theories.
It's very cool
Many
footage.
thought that something must have fallen.
It's very cool footage.
Right, Cardinal. That was low hanging fruit.
That was Ryan. Come on. All right. We have Lady Rat in the chat. She says, "Pew pew, pew pew,
pew pew." Indeed.
Fallen onto the glass, causing it to shatter. However, watching the footage closely, nothing falls. Plus,
He did it
the
with
glass
his
is
telekinetic
inside
powers.
of
That's
the
why he
covered
went.
shelf.
"Do-do-do-do-do-do-do."
Couldn't stop watching it. One of the eeriest accounts to come out of the pub was when a customer noted a young boy sitting quietly with another couple eating dinner. The customer commented to Rob on how well behaved the little boy was during the dinner. However, Rob had to tell the customer that the couple had been eating dinner all by themselves.
Very
There
cool.
was no
Never a kid,
little
man. What are you
boy
talking
with
about?
them. Other customers have reported being pushed in the back of the head by ghostly hands, and also a strange man has been spotted on numerous
an
occasions
asshole
picking
ghost.
up apples in the backyard in the middle of the night. But when they
Picking up
search the
apples.
property, there's no one ever there. So is this old pub really haunted then? Judging by the customer reports and now this eerie footage, it's hard to deny that something strange seems to be happening on this property.
What would it take for something to explode like that? Literally a rapid change in temperature.
Usually, yes, or
yeah. How else could it have done it? Like, you know what I mean? That's weird. Like, I don't see temperature or pressure changing like that rapidly in just a room. That
I don't know, and on a single glass as well. So
yeah.
Ryan Cardinal makes an excellent point. It says ghostly hand jobs. You decide. Holy shit! Lady Raz says I was just letting ninja slapping fools and breaking shit with the quickness.
With the quickness. As opposed to without the quickness.
Before we take a look at an eerie photo taken in an abandoned hospital, remember to hit that subscribe button, then tickle that little bell icon.
Oh God! I said something else that'll get Ryan going.
I didn't see anything.
I said talking about tickling the bell. Anyway. All right, should we go to the next one, or should we dive down the rabbit hole of Nazi experimentation?
I reckon we'll let the chat choose, shall we?
What do you reckon, chat? Where do you want to go? You want to go down? You want to go to another paranormal video, and we'll float around in the paranormal ether for a while, or would you like to go down the conspiracy rabbit hole? Would you like to tickle that bell icon, if you know what I'm saying?
Engineered UFO craft.
Potentially reverse engineered technology, but Ryan Cardinal opted not to go for the low hanging fruit this time, and went for a higher perceptual realm. I'm proud of him. Maybe we may even end up because the information paradox may be something that I'd like to cover. So, but of course we'll be tickling bells all around if we do go down the Nazi bell route. So, what?
Tickling bells all around.
Yeah, you heard me.
I did.
You did.
Yeah,
these are some of the darker conspiracy routes, though. But we'd like, we may even, because theories on reality are also very, is a very interesting subject. So, and if they're claiming that the information paradox has been solved,
proof for it didn't happen.
Yes. So the Die Glock, the Wunderwaffe.
Wunderwaffe.
Wunderwaffe. You get into a bit of the Wunderwaffe yourself, Manticore?
That sounds hilarious. Say it again. One more time.
Wunderwaffe.
Wunderwaffe.
Or Wunderwaffe. Or the Wunderwaffe weaponry.
Is that what people saw it in the sky? Like, oh, Wunderwaffe.
Atem mit Wunderwaffe. Wait. No. Should take this conspiracy theory absolutely seriously. Oh Lord. It's getting here we go. It's gonna get intense up in here, especially if we start talking about this crazy shit. Here we go. We may get some triggered people, but it's very interesting. You ever play Call of Duty Nazi Zombies, Manticore?
Yes, I did.
Yeah?
We did, yes.
We did, didn't we? I think we did.
Yeah, we did.
We did. Yeah.
I think I watched you play it because I didn't have it.
Yeah. Or was that just anyway?
That's when you were streaming on Twitch.
Yeah, the inception of Nazi zombies. Anyway, there's plenty of deep lore involved with Element 115. You know about Element 115. You know about
is that? Yeah, actually, we looked.
Do you know about their? Do you know about their desire to reanimate the dead? Do you know about? It's very interesting stuff. Very interesting stuff. Let's head on over to the chat again. He says yes. So here we go. We've got Vic saying hello to Rex. What the? He says snacks in the Lady Riot. Sorry, he says snacks in the Belfry. Ryan Cardinal says Nazi bell. Lady Riot says float in the scree.
Yeah.
Vic is very excited that we're discovering that we're going to go down the rabbit hole of the Nazi rabbit hole. Well, we will for entertainment purposes, absolutely. Would you care to read a couple of more chats, mate?
Yeah, I can do that.
Well, I guess after.
Okay. Carol's Cookie says, "Well, if I had known it was going to be this kind of stream, I would have done my no, Carol." And Lady
I don't know what
says, finish it, Carol. Finish
like
what
something
you were saying.
I was going to say that sounds like something Lady Riot would say.
I'm sensing like similarities here. Ryan Cardinal says the Wunderwaffe, the fuck that is.
The Wunderwaffe, the fuck that is, man.
And yeah,
you don't know.
Rex says ghost Nazis, and
Rex of the ghost Nazis.
Get T-Rex excited.
I swear I will not get anyone excited.
Especially not Rex.
Oh, well, you know. Everybody's entitled to get as excited as they like. I've got to make a new intro for this segment because we're doing it. It's a thing, and it gets the chat talking. So,
the conspiracy route,
the conspiracy stuff. Yeah. Of course, take everything we say here with a grain of salt. I mean, don't get salty about it, but take it with a grain of salt. Anyway, there would be a fucking intro here usually, but
there you go.
The Die Glock conspiracy theory, ladies and gentlemen.
Die
Glock, or the bell.
Was a purported top secret Nazi scientific technological device, secret weapon, or Wunderwaffe.
Interesting, Prime.
I like it when Prime says it too. Wunderwaffe.
Give in to the Wunderwaffe.
First described by Polish journalist and author Igor Wachowski. Or Wachowski, probably Wachowski. We know about those Wachowskis, don't we? In Pravda or Wunderwaffe 2000, it was later popularized by military journalist and author Nick Cook. Nick Cook is the CEO of a was CEO of a defense industry consultant firm, Dynamics. He is a British former aviation journalist as well as author of fiction and non-fiction works. So who was associated with Nazi occultism. Of course, Nazi occultism is just another branch of occultism in itself. But there's always been that curiosity at the at the fundamental hearts of governments that diving into the occult. We're going to dive bell first into the occult eventually. So, of course, it was associated with Nazi occultism, anti-gravity, and free energy suppression research. That's a topic, also a topic for another day's. Yes, the zero-point energy, the desire to pull energy from the vacuum, to have unlimited supplies of energy. But, of course, there have been maximum power. Of course, there have been many endeavors throughout history to suppress and to stifle the inevitable march towards the ascertainment of unlimited energy and free energy, and suppressing, keeping the public's hands off of it. So,
don't that. You must pay.
Don't you will never have free energy, public. That will give you ultimate unlimited power. But why? I don't. You know,
The insane witch king's in the chat.
Look who's in the house. All right.
Michael J. Fox invented 0-point energy to hide the fact that Will Smith is hiding the fact that his wife is bald. Bald or
these
bald?
These are things that you must take into consideration. We'll jump back up for a sec. We've got a few people saying some stuff in the further up, but Ryan Carter says all this hype about Nazi zombies, but what about the Jewish zombies? They always so true, Ryan Cardinal, so true. Later, Ryder says you would have stuck your shadow snake in the scree. Jesus Christ. That's what you were going to say. I don't believe I was, Carol, but or should I say Lady Riot? Who's sticking what in the screen now? But okay. Diaglock, Chronovisor, possible connection.
That's another one too we should look at.
That is.
Yeah, I'll grab that while you.
Do you believe in the connection there between? It wasn't just the UFO tech, like it was much further down the rabbit hole of time travel and yeah, than just the surface level stuff that they tell you about the Nazi Bell stuff, where it was a propulsion method, but rather it was an experiment to literally manipulate the fabric of space and time. You decide.
Really?
Or it's Project Looking Glass. It's all of those things, you know, all of the trippiest elements of, you know, of that realm, where you are peering into high dimensional aspects in order to catch a glimpse of a potential future outcome and ultimately alter those events to that's. So what you're saying is that the Allies had access to that kind of technology. They stopped the Germans by using that, and that. Well, it's all an enigma, in it. It's all an enigma, right? So the mainstream viewers have of course, you know, we could end up going down some crazy rabbit holes if I keep talking in such a manner. So we'll just stick to the source material for now. But,
there you go. I've got the coronavirus advisor in there as well now.
Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, has joined us, ladies and gentlemen. He is a very interesting character around these parts. So, Lady Riot says no. That's what Carol was going to say before she pushed out. Huh. Yes, we have Ryan Carter's comment on 0-point energy.
Oh shit!
Carol says, "Lady Riot, you're making it weird." Oh my lord, it's getting. Yes. Lady Riot says it's my superpower.
That robot cardinal.
Yes, I don't think I can read that one. I don't think I can.
Yeah, I'm not going there either.
But we would love if Doc Brown would sponsor the podcast, the show. We have some incoming news from Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King. Prime, would you care to read this for us?
The Nazi bell was actually a World War II invention. It was only recently made to hide all their hair Will Smith shaved off of his wife's head. And Caveman knows everything.
Oh, that's a bit strange, but sure. All right. Mainstream reviewers have criticized claims about Diaglock as being pseudo-scientific. Recycled rumors and a hoax. Diaglock and other alleged Nazi miracle weapons, the Wunderwaffe, miracle weapons. That's what they, or wonder weapons. That's what Wunderwaffe is. Have been dramatized in video games, television shows, and novels. Let's go down the rabbit hole of the history of the Diaglock. Who knows? The Insane Witch King says, I'm so hyped up on caffeine and sugar right now. It's not funny. Elizabeth got me a bunch of sweets and coffee. I'm not quite sure who Elizabeth is, but But as long as you're enjoying yourself, Milton, that's
That
what
was nice of
counts. In his 2001 book, The Hunt for 0 Point, author Nick Cook identified claims about Die Glock as having originated in the 2000 Polish book Prawda o Wunderwaffe, The Truth About the Wonder Weapon, by Igor Wachowski. Cook described Wachowski's claims of a device called the Bell, engineered by Nazi scientists, that was a glowing, rotating contraption, rumored to have some kind of anti-gravitational effect, maybe a time machine or part of an SS anti-gravity program for a flying saucer. Potentially reverse-engineered technology. There are many interpretations over time of what but there have been many accounts of witnessing this machine in play. According to Cook, Die Glock was a bell shaped about 12 feet, 3.7 meters high, and about 9 feet, 2.7 meters in diameter, and incorporated 2 high-speed counter-rotating cylinders filled with a purplish liquid metallic-looking substance that was supposed to be highly radioactive. Codename Zerum 525. Cook recounts claims that scientists and technicians who worked on the bell and who did not die of its effects were wiped out by the SS at the close of the war. So, maybe Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, it was a precursor to the Men in Black. Maybe the SS was a precursor to the Men in Black. And the device was removed to an unknown location. Now, I wonder if they're going to go down the route of what happened after the war and all of these scientists relocating to the US.
Sneaky.
Probably not. I'd say that they'll stick to I hope that they'll stick to a topic anyway. Ooh. Ryan Carter says, I thought the Wunderwaffe was when someone says it smells like fresh baked bread, but it's really a rotten fart and you just took a big whiff. You are terrible, Ryan Cardinal. Absolutely terrible. Are you okay, Ryan? Strap in. It's okay. It's going to be okay. We're just exploring potential fictions, potential realities of the past that have come to define the strange corner of the internet, the hashtag UFO community that we currently know it today. Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says 0 stands for the zero razor setting Will Smith used on the electric hair trimmer to secretly shave his wife's head, and that's where the world's energy really comes from, the shaving. Milton. Fascinating, profound realization, sir.
I wouldn't put that past Will Smith, to shave her head while she was asleep.
Try not to get too sidetracked, man, to go on by Milton's telepathy.
Yeah, I know.
Ryan Carter says, here comes the Men in Black. Yeah?
Yeah.
Lady Riot says, lights. Milton's what the fuck torch with her own. What the fuck? Indeed. You guys are having an incredible reaction in the chat. Yes, everybody's counterbalancing, counter-reacting each other's own madness all around here. That's what we are. But we're all a little mad around here, We're all a little mad. You have to keep it light, though. That's the point, is that because when you get too heavily invested in this type of, you seem to succumb to the to the allure that is Nazi experimentation. So let's keep it light. The King says Tiki Torch. Yes. Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says the SS Smith's service. Well, Smith's. It all adds up. It all makes sense. All right, here we go. Diving back into the article. Are we okay, chat? Are we okay? We're all keeping our shadow snacks in our pants here. We okay? All right, we're good. All right, let's move on. According to Cook, Die Glock was bell-shaped. Sorry. Was that? Where was I up to?
No, you've read that already.
Yeah. The technology, the US military. Location. Cook proposed that the SS official Hans Kammler later secretly traded this technology to the US military in exchange for his freedom. Of course, if he didn't want to be prosecuted for war crimes, they were offered a way out in order to become subservient to the US government in order to further continue this experimentation on these radically fringe topics and sciences. Some say they did make quite the amount of breakthroughs following this fundamental research, which challenged the ethics of which were unethical in their practice, but ultimately potentially came to be a I hate to use the term necessary, but a sacrifice that was made in order to get to the heart of the truth about this type of experimentation. And then they ultimately went into, we all know the story, ultimately went into black ops projects, were redacted to the form of non-existence, and are currently currently the topic of conspiracy to this very day. Fringe theorists have suggested that a concrete ring called the Henge near Wenceslaus. Don't do it, Ryan. Don't do it. You're going to say Wenceslaus. I know. I got the joke. Near the Wenceslaus mine built in 1943 or 1944 and vaguely resembling Stonehenge was used as a launch pad for the bell. Maybe. So yes, there have been many geological sites located around the Earth that have been speculated to be of whether it be some type of ancient understanding about these technologies or currently mirror the current reflections of places like Stonehenge and
all this Stonehenge, Egypt's all built so it aligns with constellations and shit. So they knew something back then.
Reggie's back in the chat. He says we chillin' talking about Die Glock, as you do.
The Wunderwaffe.
The Ryan Cardinal has bought into the conspiracy theory and says Will equals World War II plus I plus Smith equals SS. It's all so clear.
Oh, shit.
My lord, you are getting into some gematria now. This is divulging into occultism as we speak. Lady Wright says
existential crisis.
Lady Wright says kiss ass. I'm not quite sure what she's referring to there, but not sure who she's referring to or what she's saying there, but shots fired in the chat. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says lights. That's what Will Smith puts in the kites and flies at night to trick people into thinking UFOs are real, to distract them from his wife being a chrome dome. He then goes on to follow up with his statement and says he was forced to trade the technology to convert hair into 0-point energy by Will Smith. He planned to save his wife's head all along. It's the only way. A very charitable act by Will Smith to
how chivalrous of him.
Very chivalrous. You say chivalry is dead? No. Soon alopecia will be dead. Who's alopecia?
I swear on the hairs of Jada Pinkett's head.
Knowles, the insane Witch King, says radically fringe topics. Fringe. Like what Will Smith saves off his. She no longer had the bangs. They were gone. Along with Milton.
He's really starting to make me think now too.
You're sidetracking me. This is all becoming real. This is all becoming too visceral and real, Milton. Lady Riot says she's a beautiful monster, Milton, with that super dome on top of those beastly shoulders. Always to Carol. It always to. Oh, it was always to Carol. That's right. Oh, so Lady Riot seems to be keeping a containment, her self-containment in a localized place, and that's very responsible of you, Lady Riot. Reggie says I probably look crazy as I'm just laughing at myself on my desk at work. Mission accomplished. If you can't have a chuckle while you're talking about the horrors of Nazi experimentation, that was a joke, by the way.
If she really had alopecia, why is her hair like short, like and not gone? Like
it seems we should chalk it up to fringe theories, Manticore. Fringe theories and Big Bangs theories, and it's all too much. It's all too much. It's just all too much. That's right. Just simply, no, I blame Chris Rock. That's who I blame. Chris Rock and his geological structure. They should call him Chris Henge, is what they should call him.
Chris Henge. Chris Rock Henge. Ryan Cardinal says chivalry or shave airy. Will Smith, you decide.
Oh my lord, I'm being accused now.
Great, of course, denied.
Lady Ryan says Milton is my gift to you. You're welcome. Carol, welcome back. Welcome back to the world of the living, Carol. She says Big Bang's theories.
Big Bang's theories.
That's right. The infamous Big Bang's theories. We won't go too much. We'll let Milton deconstruct the Big Bang's theories for us. It's all going to make sense. It's all going to start coming in. It's all going to start focusing soon into a point. Believe me.
Right, you can't do no bangs theory, more like it.
Now there you go. That was my ultimate conclusion. Was that yes, Will Smith was not a part of the Big Bang's theory. For he was. I don't want to start mentioning cucks or anything, but all right, here we go. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says the dome at the top of the Nazi bell was a dome where the 0 point energy is made for the 0 point shave that Will Smith does to the top of his wife's head, or the dome. It all makes sense. Codename Chrome Dome. It's Operation Chrome Dome.
Operation Chrome Dome.
Operation Smack the Henge.
Operation
as it's colloquially known as. Carol says she can't even tonight. I can't even either. This is fucking hype. Is what it is.
That's an understatement.
And one more before we get back to reading on the next section of the article. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says Chris
Rock was a warning from Pigman. That's why Will Smith had to stop him. But we all know Pigman cannot be smart. Will Smith is truly powerless against Pigman.
Excellent reading there, Prime. Thank you for taking over for a moment there. Ryan Cardinal says, Bangarang.
What the fuck?
He is, of course, referring to the Skrillex song. Still of the... But, of course, we all know about Lost Boys, right? It's a good song. It's a great song. Great song. Great song. Great film clip, too. Highly recommend checking that out.
Coach Cookie says...
Coach Cookie says...
Smack the henge?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Smack of the henge.
Smack of the henge.
All right, before we get back... Well, one more take from our good friend Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says the Big Bang Theory was a failed attempt at trying to trick people into thinking his wife had hair. Big man knows everything. That's right. It's all part of Big Follicle.
I'm questioning it all now, Milton. Everything.
So am I. My entire world is coming crashing down around me. All right. Now back to the seriousness of the situation that is the Die Glock Wunderwaffe. Can you say Wunderwaffe by keeping a straight face?
Wunderwaffe.
That was not a straight face, man.
No, I can't.
that was an obscure face. All right. That was a fringe face. That was a
fringe face.
It was a henge face.
Yeah, smack the henge.
Smack the henge. Hashtag smack the henge. New meme on the channel, everyone. Smack that henge. If you want to
smack the henge.
If you want to support the show, definitely recommend smacking the henge down below. Get on it. Yeah, like and subscribe if you'd be so kind. We have some fun around here. You know we do. You know you love it. Cook proposed that SS official Hans Kammler. Yes, we read that part. Fringe theorists have suggested that yes, we read that part. So according to writer Jason Colavito, that'll do, is an American author or journalist. Colavito has written a number of books, including The Cult of Alien Gods, The Mound Builder Myth,
what?
And I don't know. I have to look into some of these works. And Legends of the Pyramids. His work also appears in publications such as The New Republic, Esquire, Slate. So the structure is merely the remains of an ordinary industrial cooling tower. That's a bit.
What?
Igor Wachowski sort of looks like Eric von Daniken. So there you go. Just saying. So we'll read this. Just saying. Just pointing out an abstract correlation. Cook's publication introduced the topic in English without critically discussing the subject. Of course, we'll return to some more abstract correlations by our good friend Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, in just a moment. More recently, historian Eric Kurlander. See, there's a correlation between Eric and Eric. I wonder where Eric and Boyd is today. We haven't seen him around in a while. I think he's too famous for me now. So
yeah, he blew up overnight last night.
The fame went to his head. Yeah. We check out Eric and Boyd. I highly recommend it. He's doing some good things. Has discussed. He really is. So more recently, historian Eric Kurlander has discussed the topic in his 2017 book on Nazi esotericism, Hitler's Monsters, a supernatural history of the Third Reich. Now that would be interesting to me. It's so powerful, the idea of ideas. Do you know what I'm saying?
Ideas are quite the idea of ideas.
The idea of ideas. Yes. Just saying, make of that what you will.
Okay.
According to reviewer Julian Strube, Kurlander cites from the reservoir of post-war conspiracy theories and heavily relies on sensationalist accounts. Hey, mixing up contemporary sources with post-war sensationalist literature, half-truths, and fictitious accounts. Big King. So chicken or wonder, Vic? Not chicken or weapons. All right. So I shouldn't keep chewing through these tethers. No, Carol, feel free to chew through these tethers. You're free to explore that. You're free to let the tether go around here. We'll bring you back. Fresh imprints from the Fresh Prince. Says Ryan Cardinal.
Never ceases to disappoint, this one.
I'm not sure if Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, was around before, but I'm sure with Ryan Cardinal's specific comment, but I'll let you make your own definition here. He says, trust me, Big Shampoo is involved with this. They want to try to make... See, I told you it was all going to come full circle and it was all going to start making sense. Trust me, Big Shampoo is involved with this. They want to try to make my hair... they want to try to take my hair to silence me, but they will not. Don't let them try to take yours. Just let that sink into your scalp for a moment. Carol says, "I love Eric, especially when he fights with his cat. It is an entertaining. He is entertaining, Eric. So, see, Ryan Cardinal gets it. He says it all comes back to shampoo, not ShamWow, shampoo. I've taken this on another course now. I've charted the course.
I'm sensing a recurring theme here.
Vic King says Nazi werewolves was a real thing. I don't know, Vic. I don't know about that.
We still haven't gotten to the bottom where this bell came from, like, and why it floats.
Sorry, Matagor. I know that we're having fun with everybody in the audience. But I know that curiosity is there, and we will continue on after one more hot take from Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King. He says, Big Shampoo is round. Will Smith and his wife doesn't know 0 Point Energy is behind the volume and the silky giving powers of shampoo. That's why they need Will Smith's wife here to power. Okay, you might need to refine that one a bit. Might need to refine that a bit and let it. You'll get there, Mel.
Why does she
Vic speak.
shampoo? She hasn't got any hair.
Because you've got to moisturize the scalp. You know, moisturizing the scalp.
Do that with moisturizer, not shampoo.
You've got to moisturize the scalp, man. It's highly important. Doesn't matter your method of doing so.
Okay, fair enough.
In other words, that's code for you got to keep your brain on. You got to keep your brain going down the abstract in order to come back to reality. I mean, that's my interpretation of it. So, Carol's Cookie says shampoo. So you say, Milton, don't shake it. There is a city inside. Damn. Damn.
That was fantastically abstract, Camel's Cookies.
Very good, very good. She then says, shampoo? Of course, we were. Well, I won't question where Lady Wright, the Digibaby, is right now, but
well, she's around. Trust me.
She's around. Vic King says, look it up. That the not the chicken and not the chicken and waffles, obviously,
chicken
but the
waffles?
but no, waffles. Sorry, Matscore. Oh, I did
chicken waffles.
Wafers, Matscore.
Wafer.
Wonder wafer. The Wonder Wafer from the Carol's Cookies. I'm sure that will be a side product that she'll quite happily sell for us. The Wonder Wafer.
Oh Jesus!
For our friend Vic King. Shampoo Pew. Shampoo Pew says. Werewolf.
Shampoo Pew, is that like rinse and repeat?
I didn't even do anything, but yeah. Well done. So let us get back to the as much as I would love to keep reading into the abstract of Milton Knowles' The Insane Witch King's conspiracy theories, feel free in the chat. When we come back around to reading the next segment of the article, we will dive down Milton's rabbit hole once again. Cook's publication introduces the topic in English without critically discussing the subject. More recently, his story. Did I read that part? Supernatural History of the Third Reich. Sorry, I did read that part. So, according to what's Salon? What? Told you, man. Big shampoo. Told you, bro. Whew. Big shampoo at the salon. At the salon. I don't know if you guys call a hairdresser's a salon, but that's what we do. We call it a salon. So, Big shampoo strikes again. According to Salon is American politically progressive liberal news and opinion website created in 1995. It publishes articles on U.S. politics, culture, and current events. I'm sure it's a wonderful read. Reviewer highly. not propaganda in the slightest. So, reviewer Kurt Kleiner. It's a story that strains. It's a story that strains credulity. But unless we're after cheap laughs, certainly hope not. We do like our cheap laughs around here. We do like the low-hanging fruit. We do, but within that low-hanging fruit is something special which unites us all. So, our hope when we pick up a book like this is that the author will, against the odds, build a careful, reasonable, and convincing case, just like the case with Big Shampoo. Don't go too far down the Big Shampoo rabbit hole, Manticore. You'll never come back.
I'm still trying to work. I'm still like down the Jada Pinkett like hair one, like really
whipping your hair, back.
No. The fact that like she's supposed to have alopecia, but she's still got actual hair on her head. Like,
well, she's got a line on her head. Looks like where somebody did an operation, but that's all it is. Is a line of it. Yeah, I've seen it, and it's just a line. That's all she's got. But you know, I'm sure she was self-conscious enough to shave it all off. So don't go down too far down Big Shampoo rabbit hole, Manticore.
It's all Milton. I'm blaming Milton. It's all Milton's fault.
The disinformation artist, and I will say artist when I say that Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, what he's doing right now is a form of art to me. So he visits places where it is rumored that secret UFO and anti-gravity research is going on, and he writes about what he feels and imagines. Although he discovers nothing more tangible than unsubstantiated rumors, Schieffer notes that claims about Dyke are circulated by ufologists and conspiracy-orientated authors such as Jim Mars, Joseph P. Farrell, and anti-gravity proponent John Dering. Jason Colavito wrote that Witkowski's claims were recycled from 1960s rumors of Nazi occult science, first published in Morning of the Magicians. There we go. Big Shampoo coming full circle. The Morning of the Magicians, Introduction to a Fantastic Realm, is a 1960s book by journalist Louis Paul Wells and Jacques Bergier. As the authors disclaim in their preface, the book is intended to challenge the reader's viewpoints on historical events. And that is the true majesty and power of a magician is to do that. So he describes Dyke as a device few outside of fringe culture think actually existed. In short, it looks to be a hoax, or at least a wild exaggeration. Well, I don't care what you say; it's real to me. So, and there you go. In a nutshell, there's the power of a magician. Author Brian Dunning. I know Brian Dunning very well. Very interesting individual. I had a bit of communication with him on Twitter once. Yeah, I did. States that. And he was actually, it's a very interesting individual, if I do say so myself. Very interesting individual. Confronting, yes, like very, very intriguing man. I'd highly recommend. Full circle there.
Skepticism. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So Brian Dunning states. So he basically says like he goes into the absolutes, like tries to go into the absolute truths of conspiracies. But he's got a show on stuff. He's a very interesting individual.
I don't think I've heard of him before. That's the first I've heard of him.
Yeah. He's a good man. He's a good man. So Morning of the Magicians helped promote the belief in Dyke and Nazi occultism, and its absence in the historical record made it increasingly unlikely that anything like it actually existed. So according to Dunning, all we have in the way of evidence is a third-hand anecdotal account of something that's desperately implausible, backed up by neither evidence nor even a corroborating event. It's Oh dear, here we go. We've got plenty. Carlos Cookie says, coming to a Vic stream near you. He says, Wunderwafers. Introductory price, Rice. Of course, Vic King is doing $20 8.5 by 11 commissions, also available. If you want to check him out, he does some great art. Help a man get by, you know what I'm saying? Help a man get by. Devil Flyer says, I never came back. From what, Rex? From the... never came back? From the... Rex, you still need to send me that, you still need to send me that alien head. You still need to send me that alien head. Vic has chuckle about Carol's Wunderwafers. Maybe it'll be a recurring connective meme between our channels that may unite our cause. Milton, no, here we go. The Wunderwafers. The Wunderwafers. The Wunderwafers. Milton Knowles, the insane. Here we go. Here we go. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says the salon is working with Big Shampoo to find ways to use other people's hair for power. That's why they cut your hair, and that's why they use so much shampoo. See, Will Smith has enemies in high places. Maybe that we could elaborate on this and say maybe. Do we want to? No, I won't turn this into a plug. It's like, but Carlos Cookie says, Milton, behind you.
Oh shit.
Carlos Cookies is in fact. Here we go now. I think Rex is chucking in a plug for his channel here. Definitely go and check out Devil Fly Momentum. He's a good dude, Rex. Good dude. 4 O'Clock Shadow is interesting show. Very interesting show. Showing off all types of great content over there. Great stuff over there.
Knows his comic books, Rex.
Yes, very much so. Carlos Cookie says, words. They're powerful things. Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says, at least this isn't the live stream. I said the entirety of the hero's journey the journey ad posted through the speech to text. It was beautiful and horrible at the same time. Milton, I was about to make a connection between maybe Big Salon is taking people's hair and giving it to and providing hair for AI, providing hair for artificially intelligent machines.
Weaves for AI.
Carol's Cookies says, Milton, remember when you could make the ground spin faster and faster? Oof. Like one of those things at a playground that are
What are they called, those things?
I don't know. I don't know the actual name of them. But, Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, says, fringe culture, line of hair on Will Smith's wife's head. Friends culture is the cult that tries to cover everything up, but Pigman knows everything. Carlos Cookie says she can't get you if you're spinning, Milton. Come back, Milton. Come back from the spiral. Oh,
she's coming down off the ceiling.
So Milton is now going for the more organic choice as opposed to. Yes, as I say, he's going for the more organic choice when he says the lavender body wash, I believe he says, was my sister got me is actually really good on my hair, and I'm not supporting Big Shampoo. See, it's two birds right there. Carol's Cookies a shh. It's not called a merry-go-round, is it? Is it, Carol? Lady Riot says Carol is what? She also says, merry-go-round.
No, that's the one that goes with the horses on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what that other thing's called.
You got to ride the merry-go-round, you know? You got to ride the merry-go-round. So, back to it. Christian Luckley for Dunning, author and historian Robert F. Dorr, not quite sure who that is, was an American author and retired senior diplomat who wrote and published over 70 books, hundreds of short stories, and numerous contemporary nonfiction. So he characterizes the Die Glock as among the most imaginative of the conspiracy theories. And that's why we're covering it here, because it's truly it's gone on to inspire a lot, whether it be in rights of fiction, which have ultimately come back to inspire minds in reality. But we want to believe that there was deeper underlying implications that were going on in World War II than just the simple than just the simple slaughter of innocents. So that arose in post-World War II years, and typical of the fantasies of magical German weapons, often popularized in pulp magazines such as the Police Gazette, the National Police Gazette, commonly referred to as simply the Police Gazette, is an American magazine founded in 1845. Under publisher Richard K. Fox, it became the forerunner of Men's Lifestyle magazine, the Illustrated Sports Weekly, and the girly pinup magazine, and just cut off from there. Some theories circulating on the internet. Now you have conspiracy theories which have permeated the culture throughout history, but what really amplified all of these was the internet and the ability to exchange information between each other. At a more rapid pace. So some theories circulating on the internet conspiracy site on internet conspiracy sites claim that Die Glock is located in a Nazi gold train. So look at the Nazi gold train. Oh yeah. So here we go. Nazi gold train, or not even going to attempt that. The is an urban legend, but I know about it. Yeah, is an urban legend about a train laden with gold and treasure that was hidden by the Nazis in southwest Poland during the last days of World War II. The apocryphal tale claims the train full of valuables, including artwork, was concealed and sealed up. Of course, there have been many conspiracy theories over time that have suggested that upon the Nazis' realization that they were going to lose the war, they buried all kinds of treasures all around the world, waiting for inspired minds to get curious enough to dive down the rabbit holes and acquire the truth and these treasures for themselves. That is buried in a tunnel beneath a mountain in Poland. Duncan Rhodes, editor of Nexus magazine, great name, love the name. Nexus magazine. Nexus is an Australian-based bi-monthly alternative news magazine. It covers geopolitics and conspiracy theories. That's interesting. That's an interesting mix. Health issues. Neither have I, but I really like the name.
Yeah, I like it too. But I thought I would have heard of it, seeing as it's conspiracy based and that, but I haven't.
The unexplained, including UFOs, Big Brother, and historical revisionism. Dangerous stuff. That. Nothing like a bit of historical revisionism to change, to alter what we understand about the past. Mm-hmm. The magazine also publishes articles about who knows. So has pointed out that the Nazis on the moon trope, great fun. You get into, so it is linked to wild speculations about Nazi anti-gravitational technology, such as Wachowski's Die Glock. You get that. There's such a spectrum of conspiracy theories, from the moon landing, to Nazis on the moon, to the plausibility, the spectrum of plausibility.
It's highly possible.
Like, what, the Nazis landed on the moon?
Yeah,
I believe that too.
Yeah, the Philadelphia experiment would be another one too. Good one to look at some point too.
So what do we got here? We have Milton Knowles, the insane Witch King, bringing some more conspiratorial, anecdotal proof of Big Shampoo. Here we go. The artificially intelligent machines are using 0-point energy, which is made from hair. Do I want to buy into the potential validity of some of the underlying statements that you're making here, Mr. Milton Knowles, the insane witch king? So the artificially intelligent machines are using 0-point energy, or maybe the cosmic informational 0 point where all of this flows from has more to it in a sense of consciousness, in a sense of it's the nature of self than we can understand. But enough being serious. The artificially intelligent machines are using 0-point energy, which is made from their hair. The hair, their own vanity, will be the death of them. This is why Terminator didn't win. Terminated didn't win. The King says Herbalescence does count. He then goes on to say, make the ground spin faster and faster, like when they put the hair dye in your hair and you get high off the fumes. That's really secretly a brainwashing substance, mate. Milton, are you... Milton, we're supposed to be friends. He's trying to MK Ultra mind control us all. Of course, MK Ultra mind control will be the next topic we dive down into. Or we could dive down to the Mothman. Ryan Carter was also brought to the surface the coronavirus, which I would like to go into things like Project Looking Glass and all of the crazy conspiracy theories, rather than this absurd silliness that is designed to keep you from the truth.
Yeah, I see what he's doing.
But it's fun. It's fun. So Vicky getting on a serious point says same. People deny the Philadelphia experiment. Yes, we could also go into. We did. That was one of the first things that we actually. I tested the waters with the Philadelphia experiment.
Did we do that one? Did we?
Oh, sorry. Well, I did in essence anyway. I did. We did. Carol's cookie. Well, yes. The collective brought it to my attention. Carol's cookie says, "What is this spinny thing on a playground?" Oh no! See, she's one of them now. What have you done, Milton? But isn't that funny though? So, what is this spinny thing on a playground? Asked Carol. Merry-go-rounds, spinners, also known as merry-go-rounds, roundabouts, and carousels. Pieces of spinning playground equipment that spin.
You went like on a full Google trip for that, didn't you?
I think you assimilated Milton's programming, and now Milton has now become a disinformation agent of the channel. God help us all. There you go. Miracle recreation. Is that a fidget spinner? Damn kids these days with their fidget spinners. I'm not sure what that is, but it may be a merry-go-round. It may be a fidget spinner. Who knows? I do like your absurd silliness, Milton, but I do, because I'm a proponent of absurd silliness myself, because there's something more to absurdity to me than meets the eye. So we've gone into Riot territory again. Lady Riot is here to save the day. She says, "Yeah, I'm not even going to try to reel him in. It's so weird. I have to let it grow." Let it grow, or let it go. You trying to build a snowman here, Carol? What's happening here? All right, so to wrap it up, we have journalist Patrick K. Kiger wrote that German propaganda of fictional Wunderwaffen, combined with the secrecy surrounding actual advanced technology, such as the V2 rocket captured at war's end by the US military, helped spawn sensational book-length exposes, websites, and legions of enthusiasts who revel in rumors of science fiction-like weapons supposedly invented by Hitler's scientists. According to Kyger, Die Glock is a popular example of such legends and speculation, citing former aerospace scientist David Myra's contention that if anti-gravity devices actually existed, the Germans, desperate to stop the Allies' advance, would have used them.
You'd think so.
No, we have a spinner. We have a spinner. There he is. All right. So that wraps up there. Do we have any more? Where are we in the... we're at the 3 hour and 15-minute mark. Let us wrap this up with a would information paradox. Spinner. Ooh. Right. Can't just drop something interesting in there too. Mighty. Strong steel, as light as plastic, and can be manufactured in large quantities. I do want to wrap up with something cosmic. So I think we're gonna go down this. We're gonna go this direction. Hang on a second, Medical. Would you care to talk for a sec while I set everything up, ready for the next
I can do that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
What do you want me to talk
Appreciate it. Oh, just address the chat to see if there's anything going
What
on.
are they saying down there? Carol's Cookie says, "Are you spinning?" I don't know what she's talking about. Vic said that already. Carol says, "Do you want to build a shadow snake? It doesn't have to be a shadow snake." What you saying up there? Blah blah.
Shocking you lot. Okay, let me just get this set up. Boom, bam. Now this is a yes, very interesting subject to me. I need to get further. Oh God, Carol is looking to create a riot, but
Milton Knowles, the insane witch king, says Will Smith uses 0-point energy razor to collect the hair from his wife, and he makes his son watch. That's why his son looks like an old man that has seen too much. He has seen too much.
It's very interesting. Very interesting there, Mr. Milton.
I was wondering why he looks so like an old man. Jaden Smith.
All right, I think we're ready. Are we ready to go to the next topic, or we just want to see what's about to unfold in the chat over here? Carlos Cookie says,
it's about to come to a head.
It's coming. It's coming. Carlos Cookie says, let's shake them shampoo. I want to see what happens. Carol then says, I think it will be like one of those novelty snow globes. Carol, I'm wondering why you're so defensive in our good friend Eric and Boyd's chat, but you decide to bring the insanity to it. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
She's well rested now.
Yes, well rested, ready to fire torpedoes and
ready to burn and fire torpedoes.
Burn the thrusters at full speed. And so Carol says, but on a larger scale, well, to those inside the shampoo, not so much to us. All right. Enough of the insanity of the Die Glock. It's been a real one though, but unfortunately we have to transition topics. So ready to roll. How to make the universe think for us. Physicists are building neural networks out of vibrations, voltages, and lasers, arguing that the future of computing lies in exploiting the universe's complex physical behaviors. Beautiful imagery there.
Yeah, when I saw this one, I was like, I knew you'd like it.
Mm-hmm. Do you see any difference between computational systems and the universe itself? Because I don't.
No, not really. Not when you look at like how mathematics functions in the universe. Like,
mm-hmm. All right, it's going to get deep. So here we go. This article is by Charlie Wood. I wonder if Frank Cardinal's about to pop up.
Yeah, I'm waiting for
pop up and see what happens there. So inside a soundproofed crate sits one of the world's worst neural networks. Terrible. What the? After being presented with an image of the number 6, it pauses for a moment before identifying the digit 0. That's weird.
Huh?
Does Milton have anything to say about that? What's Anyway, Peter McMahon, the physicist engineer at Cornell University who led the development of the network, defends it with a sheepish smile, pointing out that the handwritten number looks sloppy. Logan Wright, a postdoc visiting McMahon's lab from the NTT research, assures me that the device usually gets the right answer, but acknowledged that mistakes are common. It's just that bad, he said. Despite the underwhelming performance, this neural network is a groundbreaker. This is going to get interesting, this article. This is going to get interesting. The researchers tipped the crate over, revealing not a computer chip, but a microphone angled towards a titanium plate that's bolted to a speaker.
Weird.
Other neural networks operate in the digital world of zeros and ones, but this device runs on sound. When Wright cues up a new image of a digit, its pixels get converted into audio and a faint chattering fills the labs as the speaker shakes the plate. Metallic reverberations do the reading, rather than the software running on the silicon, that the device often succeeds, beggars belief, even to its designers. Interesting? What? What? Whatever the function of the shaking metal is, it shouldn't have anything to do with classifying a handwritten digit, said McMahon. The primitive reading ability of this device, which the Cornell group unveiled in a paper in Nature in January, gives McMahon and others hope that its distant descendants could revolutionize computing. When it comes to conventional machine learning, computer scientists have discovered that bigger is better. Stuffing a neural network with more artificial neurons, nodes that store numerical values, improves its ability to tell a Dachshund from a Dalmatian, or to succeed at a myriad of other pattern recognition tasks. Truly tremendous neural networks can pull off unnervingly human undertakings like composing essays and creating illustrations. With more computational muscle, even grander feats may become possible. This potential has motivated a multitude of efforts to develop more powerful and efficient methods of computation. McMahon and a band of like-minded physicists champion an unorthodox approach. Get the universe to crunch the numbers for us. Many physical systems can naturally do some computation way more efficiently or faster than a computer can. McMahon said he cites wind tunnels. When engineers design a plane, they might digitize the blueprints and spend hours on a supercomputer simulating how air flows around the wings. Or they can stick the vehicle in a wind tunnel and see if it flies. From a computational perspective, the wind tunnel instantly calculates how wings interact with air. A wind tunnel is a single-minded machine. It simulates aerodynamics. Researchers like McMahon are after an apparatus that can learn to do anything. A system that can adapt its behavior through trial and error to acquire any new ability, such as classifying handwritten digits or distinguishing one spoken vowel from another. Recent works have shown that physical systems, like waves of light, networks of superconductors, and branching streams of electrons can all learn. We are reinventing not just the hardware, said Benjamin Scalia, a mathematician at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, Zurich, in Switzerland, who helped design a new physical learning algorithm. But also Switzerland helped design a new physical learning algorithm, but also the whole computing paradigm.
Learning to think.
Learning to think. Let's check over and see what's going on in the chat before we continue on. Oh, I didn't preface that. I had to bring everybody I had to bring everybody out of the Nazi bell, if you know what I'm saying. Carrot's Cookie says, Milton, they know about her. Well, the panel knows about her. At first glance, I thought that image was an eyeball. Yes, well, what's the difference between the cosmic looking glass, if you know what I'm getting at? But one more time, just to keep it light, keep everybody included. Milton Knowles says, but using the vibrations of Will Smith razor at the voltage is from his 0-point energy. It's all to do with Big Shampoo. And that's the abstract metaphor right there. Is that Big Shampoo can take on forms far beyond its self-contained counterpart. There's something magical in that. Of course, Big Shampoo is just a simple metaphor for Big Brother itself. And what is the idea of Big Brother? But a force that is, well, ultimately the concept of Big Brother is summarized by a force that is supposed to be active, a higher force, whether it be of a human paradigm that is ultimately supposed to be watching over us in a manner that is, it's supposed to be operating in a manner that has our best interests at heart. But then there's the fear that comes into play with the idea of Big Brother that it's ultimately controlling us. So,
but that's because of who controls the technology, really. Like,
well, I mean, I'm just talking in a philosophical context here.
Big Brother doesn't necessarily have to be technology anyway. Right? Or
no, it's just an observational apparatus, is what it is what it's summarized as. So something that has a higher understanding, but isn't necessarily operating in our best interest. Now, I'm here to say that maybe we need to radically shift our understanding of what Big Brother can represent. But hey, that'll make me enemies if I say silly things like that. So let's figure out what this Charlie Wood is up to, says Milton. That's Dave, Charlie. That's Dave. Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says, if 6 is 0, see, now you got it. You came full circle on Big Shampoo. You rinsed out the shampoo from your hair, from your scalp, and Carol says, Milton, have a piece of chocolate cake. Milton Knowles says, I'm not tired. There we go. But he's going to bring it full circle and bring it to a serious note. He says, but in all serious, I do hate Big Shampoo. They keep putting silica sand stuff into that makes my hair too silky, and it gets all tangled up. Why do they want my hair tangled? That is a deep question, Milton. I addressed some of that point It could potentially be a mechanism of Big Shampoo's attempt to control the industry of delivery of shampoo. It's pretty self-explanatory if you deconstruct your absurdity to yeah. But we live in an age where we want to radically redefine these paradigms. The paradigm of what it means. I personally want to redefine the paradigm of what Big Shampoo means. I'm getting absurd now, but you know, it's all Jada Pinkett Smiths and Will Smiths out there. You know what I'm saying? So
Chris Rocks. Watch out for all of them.
No, yeah, you got. Continuing on, learning is an exotic process. Oh, exotic. Until about a decade ago, brains were the only systems that did it well. It was the structure of the brain that loosely inspired computer scientists to design deep neural networks, now the most popular artificial learning models. A deep neural network is a computer program that learns through practice. The network can be thought of as a grid, layers of nodes called neurons, which store values. Values are connected to neurons in adjacent layers by lines or synapses. Initially, these synapses are just random numbers known as weights. Bits. Well, but maybe there may be. That's interpretive. That's interpretive. To think of the electrochemical mind as working in a binary system is, you know what I mean? It's it's not all Jada Pinkett's and Will Smith's. You know what I'm saying?
Will Smith.
Maybe there's a spectrum between the Willows and the and what's the other kid's name? Aiden, that's it. You ever understand? Do you ever think about why they name their kids that?
No, I haven't. To be honest,
You haven't?
No.
Well, because Willow is Will, and Jaden is Jada.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah. Kind of.
Is there a Shampuidox? Says Carol's Cookies. Anyway, you thinking about that? You're letting the gears turn.
Can you hear him?
Well, I mean, I'm just curious if yeah. Curious.
So,
Deep neural
say it
network
again.
is-
I need you to say it again.
I've said that Willow, Will, Jada,
Yeah, Will.
Jaden,
Okay, yeah.
and just let us sit for a while. See what comes up.
I'll let it marinate.
Marinate. Very good. So a deep neural network is a computer program that learns through practice. The network can be thought of as a grid. Layers of nodes called neurons, which store values, are connected to the neurons in adjacent layers by lines or synapses. Initially, these synapses are just random numbers known as weights. When you want the neural network to read a digit 4, say, you make the first layer of neurons represent a raw image of the 4, perhaps storing the shade of each pixel as a value in a corresponding neuron. Then the network thinks, moving layer by layer, multiplying the neuron values by the synaptic weights to populate the next layer of neurons. The neuron with its highest value in the final layer indicates the network's answer. If it's the second neuron, for instance, the network guesses that it saw a 2. To teach the network to make smarter guesses, a learning algorithm works backwards. After each trial, it calculates the difference between the guess and the correct answer, which in our example would be represented by a high value for the 4th neuron in the final layer and low values elsewhere. Then, an algorithm steps back through the network layer by layer, calculating how to tweak the weights in order to get the values of the final neuron to rise or fall as needed. This procedure, known as backpropagation, lies at the heart of deep learning. Is this interesting, anyone, or is it just me?
No, it's interesting.
Yeah. It's interesting to me. So here we go. Milton knows the insane which he says. Yeah. Did you get that one? Oh, funnily enough, I did discover it at the same time as you as well. So
okay, yeah, that's funny.
Yeah. Milton knows the insane witch king says, seriously, the silica and some of the other chemicals they put into particularly into straightening shampoos and hair repairing mums just give me an afro of knots. It's terrible. Here we go. He says, Willow and Will and Jaden and Jada, what kind of conspiracies are you going down? We are trying to be serious here.
Okay.
Well, I'm being very serious, Mr. Knowles Insane Witch King.
See,
Right, so
I don't
here we
know.
go.
I think that was like some sort of smokescreen to try and like take away from the fact that he started all the conspiracy theories.
Are you saying Milton Knowles works for Big Shampoo himself? And he's not even aware of it?
Hey, it ain't so Milton Knowles.
So vibrations.
We don't even know.
Maybe we're all just apparatuses of Big Shampoo and we don't even know. Vibrations that read. Physicists taught a vibrating metal plate to identify handwritten digits. The plate mixes input data with a set of numbers called parameters to output a guess. The parameters are tweaked after each guess until the plate correctly reads any input. An input image is converted into a list of numbers representing the brightness of each pixel. The data is transformed into a sound wave. During training, the parameters are adjusted to improve the guess. A second wave is made from a list of parameters. The output wave contains the plate's guess about the input. The vibrating metal plate mixes the sound waves in complicated ways. You ever what are they? What's that called?
What's what called?
Give me a second. Oh, what do they call it when they apply sound to water, a medium, and come on, brain.
Oh, when it like dances, is that what you mean? Like, they vibrate sound with water.
Say water with sound. Yeah.
Yeah. What is that called?
Come on, brain. Where is it? No, Google's been nuts.
Semantics?
Cymatics. Yeah. So potentially, could be a computational method within cymatics.
That's weird. Like, all of it, like, is weird. Like, how it's like, there's not even anything that's computational about what the actual apparatus is. You know what I mean? Like, it from face value anyway.
It's just input calculation output. That's what it.
That was a bit I couldn't get my head around 100%. Like when I read this.
But compared to whatever goes on in the brain, the digitized version of learning that happens in artificial neural networks looks dramatically inefficient. Right. On less than 2,000 calories a day, a human child learns to talk, read, play games, and much more in a few years. On such a restricted energy diet, the groundbreaking GPT-3, a neural network capable of fluent conversation, would have taken a millennium to learn to chat. So from a physicist's perspective, a large digital neural network is simply trying to do too much math. Today's biggest behemoths must record and manipulate more than 500 billion numbers. The universe, meanwhile, constantly pulls off tasks far beyond the limitations of computers' meager bookkeeping abilities. Right. That's why I can't wait to get into the realm of quantum computation, man. I think the other day I saw something come out where simple calculations that would take billions of years are now being done in 15 minutes through quantum computational systems.
Really?
We're at that point only through simple 24 qubit quantum computer. So imagine what it's capable of when we get to the point where
imagine the things we'll be able to understand
what's on the horizon.
Yeah.
What's on the horizon? It's coming.
Yeah, well, they've got room temperature superconductors now and everything now as well. I saw somewhere.
That's right. No longer need absolute zero. It's all coming to a head. That information paradox is coming to a head. So a room might have trillions of air molecules bouncing around. That's an impossible number of moving pieces for a computer to track in a full-fledged simulation of collisions. But the air itself has no trouble deciding how to behave from moment to moment. The challenge is to build physical systems that can naturally pull off both of the processes needed for AI. The thinking involved in, say, classifying an image and the learning needed to classify such images correctly. A system that mastered both tasks would leverage the universe's ability to act mathematically without actually doing math. Pretty astounding, if you ask me. We never compute 3.532 times 1.567 or something. Celia said it's done by, but implicitly just by the laws of physics directly. So leveraging the fundamental math of the universe, the fundamental reflection of the universe in order to ultimately, as a method of computation. Pretty exciting stuff.
That's like God level computation, really, isn't it?
If you want to define it as such.
Well, like mathematics, like was like everything's built, everything in the world is sort of built around it, like
right. But it's just a construct. So as a way to simulate reality at its purest form. That's all math is. A way to say
this article like stretches my computing power in my brain.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. How? Got to be humble sometimes, man, to call, Got to be humble sometimes. Yeah. The thinking part. McMahon and his collaborators have made progress on the thinking half of the puzzle. While setting up his lab at Cornell in the final months of the pre-pandemic world. Simpler times. McMahon mulled over a curious finding. Let us just go to the chat for a moment and see what Milton Knowles says, "Oh goodness, what if we have tiny people inside the shampoo bottle?" No. Carol's Cookies then follows up and says, "What do you think of the Digi-City that is inside the bottle, Milton?" It's a world of opportunity, if you know what I mean. Who indeed is in the city, who indeed we do dare ask such things. That's right. Maybe we're all located inside of the shampoo bottle in our Digi-Cities. I'm still going to be listening, but I'm going to lie down now. I've been sitting for a while, and that makes me very sick. Sorry, I'll be listening. No worries, man.
Sorry to hear.
No worries. Appreciate you. Appreciate your insight, sir.
Oh God, something is screaming outside, says Carol.
Oh God, Carol's gone back to the back
What are
to
they
the
called? Fishy cats. That's it.
Oh god. So anyway, while setting up his lab at Cornell in the final months of the pre-pandemic world, McMahon mulled over a curious finding. For years, the top-performing image recognition neural networks had been getting even deeper, typo. That is, networks with more layers were better able to take in a bunch of pixels and put out a label such as poodle. The trend inspired mathematicians to study the transformation from pixels to poodle that the networks were achieving. And in 2017, several groups proposed that the networks were acting like approximate versions of a smooth mathematical function. Is anybody? Are you all bored? You're actually serious?
What is a smooth mathematical function? Sorry.
You're actually serious this time, Carol. Have you ever heard the story, Carol, of the boy who cried wolf?
That's classic, that one.
It's a classic tale. Classic tale. Feel better, Milton. I hope you're feeling better. All right. Drinketh. Everybody drink. Be merry. All right. So the networks were achieving, and in 2017, several groups proposed that the networks were acting like approximate versions of a smooth mathematical function. In math, a function turns an input into an output. Input, computation, output. Pretty bloody simple.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Often a position along the axis, the x-axis, and an output are the value. So that's a very simple way of where it all depends on your multi-dimensional variables. That's the.
It's very simple.
Very simple. How many dimensions can you take into account when considering this? How many? You're often forced to take thousands of variables, which contributes to the multidimensionality of a mathematical system. That's the truth of it. In a specific type of neural network, more layers do better because the function is less jagged, moving closer to some ideal curve. Hopefully, Ryan Cuddle is in the chat and he's appreciating the concept of curvature right now.
Who's that? Sabo J. Gurley.
We have Mr. Light Encoded Matrix Reality in the chat joining us. Thank you for joining us, sir. Now, I would love to know how to pronounce your name properly, good sir. I don't want to butcher it. So
I think I just did. So I apologies if I did.
Well, what's up? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. All right. So the research got McMahon thinking. Perhaps with a smoothly changing physical system, one could sidestep the blockiness inherent in the digital approach. The trick was to find a way to domesticate a complicated system, to adapt its behavior with training. McMahon and collaborators chose the titanium plate as one such system because its many patterns of vibration blend incoming sound and in convoluted ways. To make the plate act like a neural network, they fed in one sound that encoded the input image, a handwritten 6, for example, another representing the synaptic weights, peaks and troughs, constructive and destructive interference. Needed to hit the titanium plate at precisely the right moments for the device to merge the sounds and give the right answer. Otherwise, you'll get all kinds of interference and you won't receive the proper signal as an output. So, pretty cool. Such as new sound, so ultimately they'll bring an additional sound in the system to act as a to act as either constructive or destructive interference to get a more clear signal on the output, because otherwise you just get noise in the output and you could potentially perceive that noise as part of the output, but you want the clearest, smoothest possible signal in the output possible. It's all deep stuff, man. It's all deep stuff.
Does that mean like eventually they will like replace like microprocessors or chips as?
No, All they're doing is looking at more efficient methods of computation. If they can leverage the underlying fundamental nature of reality as a computational method, rather than utilizing more classical means of computation, but ultimately, me personally, where the answer is all heading is in decentralized computational systems and entangled computational systems. You know what I mean? Where we're going to have a bit of an entanglement. You know what I'm saying? A bit of entanglement.
Bit of entanglement.
Bit of entanglement. There we go. With here comes Big Brother once again coming into the equation.
Big brother.
Yeah. Just gonna have a bit of an entanglement. So so here we have so here's the system itself. Very interesting. A team at Cornell University has trained 3 different physical systems to read handwritten digits from left: a vibrating titanium plate, a crystal, and an electronic circuit. Pretty cool. I love it. Analog input to get a digital output. Pretty interesting. The combination of the two systems. It's very interesting. Very interesting. The group has also implemented their scheme in an optical system, where the input image and weights are encoded into 2 beams of light that get jumbled together by a crystal. And in an electronic circuit capable of similarly shuffling inputs, in principle, any system with the Byzantine behavior will do. Okay. So let me... Of course, we're not talking about the Empire here.
Milton Knowles is back again. He says,
Hey.
"Don't worry, I'm all right. I just can't sit on my leg for too long. Gets too sore, and that makes me sick because it's stupid pain giving me stupid queasy stomach."
You're in good company, Milton. So that's all I'll say. That's what I'll say. There you go, Matt. You got the pronunciation correct. Apparently,
I did.
What'd you say? What'd you say?
Was it Slabo J. Gurley? Ryan Cardwell's back. He says, "Where are we at?"
Might need some moisturizing shampoo for that entanglement. Very deep, Carol. Very deep. Very deep.
See what you did there.
It's very deep. It's all very deep. Very deep. Ryan Cardwell says, "I'm back. Where we at?" We're in a strange computational world, my friend. So, but if you're not willing to dive into it head first, regardless of the noise, regardless of your eardrums bursting, you never truly are. Yeah. But who knows? Of course, Mr. Ryan Cardinal may have been here the entire time enjoying the content.
He could have been.
Oh, could have been. But Ryan Cardinal says a quantum spiral. Like a galaxy, for instance. So, not only can the crystal blend light extremely quickly, but light also contains abundant data about the world. McMahon imagines miniaturized versions of his optical neural network someday serving as the eyes of self-driving cars, identifying stop signs and pedestrians before feeding that information to the vehicle's computer chip, much as our retinas perform some basic visual processing of incoming light. The Achilles incoming. The Achilles heel of these systems, however, is that training them requires a return to the digital world. Backpropagation involves running a neural network in reverse. The plates and crystals don't readily unmix sounds and lights. So the group constructed a digital model of each physical system, Reversing these models on a laptop, they could use the backpropagation algorithm to calculate how to adjust the weights to give accurate answers. Of course, if this isn't if it isn't interesting to you guys, then say the word and we'll go somewhere else. As it is to me, it's highly interesting to me. So the groups so with this training, the plate learned to classify handwritten digits correctly 87% of the time. That's not exactly circuit and laser. Well, it's not exactly an accurate output, is it?
Not really.
No.
Close
The
enough,
circuit.
it's not real good enough, really, is it?
Yeah. No, So the circuit and laser reached 93. There we go, getting better, and 97% accuracy, respectively. So the results showed that not only standard neural networks can be trained through backpropagation, said Julie Grolier, a physicist at the French National Center for Scientific Research. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. The group's quivering metal plate has not yet brought computing closer to the shocking efficiency of the brain. It doesn't even approach the speed of digital neural networks, unfortunately. But McMahon views his devices as striking, if modest, proof that you don't need a brain or computer chip to think. Yes, that's right. It's just a demonstration of a concept. So, yeah. Any physical system can be a neural network, he said. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. The learning part. Ideas about bound for the other half of the puzzle. Getting a system to learn all by itself. Would you care to read the article for a moment, Mr. Manticore?
Yeah,
if you'd be so kind, while I just do this real quick.
Where are you up to? Ideas for the other half of the puzzle. Getting this. Oh no. I can't say that name. Florian Malakert, a physicist at Max Planck Institute for Science of Light in Germany, believes one option is to build machine that run backwards. Last year, he and a collaborator proposed physical analog of the backpropagation algorithm that could run such a system.
Mm-hmm.
To show that it works, they digitally simulated a laser setup somewhat like McMahon's with the adjustable weights encoded in light wave. I can't read.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. What's our friend? Yeah. Anyway.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Anyway.
Wow.
There it is.
There it is.
There it is. That's how it works. Please continue, sir, if you'd be so kind.
Can you make it a slight bit bigger because I can't read it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Like McMahon's, with the adjustable weights encoded in the light wave that mixes with another input wave encoding, say, an image, they nudge the output to be closer to the light answer and use optical components to unmix the waves, reversing the process. The magic, McQuack said, is that when you try the device once more with the same input, the output now has a tendency to be closer to where you want it to be. Next, they are collaborating with experimentalists to build such a system.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
That lulled me into a false sense of security there for a second, and then it was like,
well, we could also go into the article. We could also go into the article. I did want to cover today also with the lambda and the power of illusion. The aliens haven't landed yet, so
yet.
But there may be something, maybe something worth covering in that, and just catching a glimpse of for just a moment, just to just understand the beauty of it all. If you'd be so kind, sir.
I could do that. But focusing on the systems that run in reverse limits the options. So other researchers are leaving back propagation behind entirely. They take encouragement from knowing that the brain learns in some other way than standard back propagation. The brain doesn't work like this, said Scalia. Neuron A communicates with neuron B, but it's only one way.
Okay. Big old smile on her face. Big old smile.
Happy.
Julia Grolier, a physicist at the French National Centre for Scientific Research, has implemented a physical learning algorithm that's seen as a promising alternative to back propagation. So we're gonna see through the rest of this article, or we're going to go. I suppose we should close the loop. Should close the loop, probably. But see where it goes.
Yeah, I was gonna say finish this one off, but
okay. Well, I want to get to that. I want to get to that lander and the power of illusion, but we're also arriving at the end of the show, so it's the 4-hour point of the show.
It's up to you. Do you want to continue this or do the other one?
I'd like to read the other one, but maybe we'll save that for when are we today? Sorry, I couldn't. Couldn't be here yesterday. I had some family stuff to do, but we were on track today. So if we did come back tomorrow,
we do it tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow, and we'll wrap up on this article. We won't get too indulgent. We'll see this one through, and we'll wrap it up. So in 2017, Celia and Joshua Bengio, a computer scientist at the University of
Montreal, with these names though.
Yes,
I was shocked with the name.
The University of Montreal developed a unidirectional learning method called equilibrium propagation. To get a sense of how it works, imagine a network of arrows that act like neurons, the direction indicating 0 or 1. So, not like the charge state, the spin state of a subatomic particle.
That's what came to mind when you said that. But
very interesting, isn't it? Once you start operating in an entangled state, Manticore, you quickly get on the same understanding very fast, very rapidly. So connected in a grid by springs that act as synaptic weights. The looser spring, you stupid looser spring. The looser a spring, the less the linked arrows tend to snap into alignment. So, the looser you are, fucking loose as, bro. Fucking loose as. Gotta be focused. Gotta have a narrow perspective to see the beauty of it. Of your handwritten digit and hold them. So about snapping into alignment. Snap. First, you twist the arrows in the leftmost row to reflect the pixels of your handwritten digit and hold them fixed while the disturbance ripples out through the springs. Flipping the other arrows. Flipping the other arrows. When the flipping stops, the rightmost arrow gives the answer. So very important that. Very important. That summarizes it all right there. It all depends on how humble you are now. Yeah. Anyway, let's not go down that path, right? Crucially, you don't have to train this system by unflipping the arrows. Instead, you connect another set of arrows showing the correct answer along the bottom of the networks. These flip arrows in the upper set, and the whole grid settles into a new equilibrium. Finally, you compare those new orientations of the arrows with the old orientations and tighten or loosen each spring accordingly. Over many trials, the springs acquire smarter tensions in a way that Celia and Bengio have shown is equivalent to back propagation. So interpret it as you will. It was thought that there was no possible link between physical neural networks and back propagations, said Grolier. Very recently, that's what changed, and that's very exciting. Initial work on Oh. Very interesting indeed, Mr. Ryan Cardinal. Very interesting indeed. But sometimes you gotta have a laugh. That's the point. You've got to have a laugh. So here we go. We're gonna we'll go up. Okay, what else is set up here? Just to back where we are. We'll get there.
No, that stood out.
Yeah, so Milton Knowles, the Insane Witch King, says it will be interesting to make a biological computer using a neural network for the process and a membrane of skin for the screen. Of course, it would need pigment changing abilities. Huh. Very good. Very good. Make so imagine a made of police. Imagine a computer made of police and blood. You wouldn't need to purchase new ones. You could just breed them. Getting a little absurd and abstract there in your loose linguistics there, Mr. Milton. But I'm pretty sure I'm picking up what you're putting down. So, Ron Connell says, breed them just like the Urukai. Carol says, no, not the end. We will be back tomorrow, Carol. We've got a little bit more of this article to go. We shall return. We shall return. So, closing this circle, at least one team has gathered the pieces to build an electronic circuit that does all the heavy lifting, thinking, learning, and updating of weights. So that's pretty interesting. With physics alone, simply by leveraging the fundamentalities of the universe itself. Imagine you can just create a computational system and take your hands off the wheel, and it does everything with a limited power consumption and So we've been able to close the loop.
To me.
So yeah, well, I'm totally into these types of computational systems, man. But ultimately, my heart is with the quantum computational systems that are going to revolutionize our understanding of reality. It's only a matter of time before we arrive there. I'm pretty certain of that. At least one team has gathered the pieces to build an electronic circuit. Yes, so with physics, we've been able to close the loop for a small system, says Sam Delaveau, a physicist at the University a physicist at the University of Pennsylvania. So here's Sam. We're tinkering with a circuit that can modify itself as it learns.
Pretty nifty circuit.
It's nice flashing lights. The goal of Delaveau and his collaborators. The goal of Delaveau and his collaborators is to emulate the brain, right? At the smallest scale, until you have the capability to scale it up. A literal smart substance, a relatively uniform system that learns without any single structure calling the shots. Just part of an organic system that is ultimately, becomes like I said, every neuron is doing its own thing. Magic to me. To this end, they built a self-learning circuit in which variable resistors act as the synaptic weights, and neurons are the voltages measured between the resistors. To classify a given input, it translates the data into voltages that are applied to a few nodes. Electric current courses through the circuits, seeking the paths to dissipate the least energy and changing the voltages as it stabilizes. Now, I'm truly hoping I'm truly hoping that this smoke spaceship in Discord is going to. We'll see how we go. So, electric current courses through the circuit, seeking the paths to dissipate the least energy and changing the voltages as it stabilizes. The answer is the voltage at specified output nodes. To me, pretty self-explanatory. The but it's funny because that was a play on words. So, all right. Anyway, the major innovation came in the ever-challenging learning step for which they devised a scheme similar to equilibrium propagation called coupled learning. As one circuit takes in data and thinks up a guess, an identical second circuit starts with the correct answer and incorporates it into its behavior. Finally, electronics connecting each pair of resistors automatically compare the values and adjust them to achieve a smarter configuration. So the group described a rudimentary circuit in a preprint last summer, showing that it could learn to distinguish 3 types of flowers with 95% accuracy. Not too dusty. So now they're working. Not bad. So it's now they're working on faster, more capable devices. Telling you, it seems like this.
He says, "Morning, fellas."
A little late to the show, man, but we're just about to wrap up. But it's good to see you, man. Always good. Good to have you in the chat. So even that upgrade won't come close to beating state-of-the-art silicon chips, but but you know, it's just the inception of these computational systems. The race is on. The race is on. The race is on. Moore's law is inevitable. It's inevitable. We're ultimately going to reach the point where quantum where the quantum mechanics of the universe is ultimately going to come, is quantum tunneling is inevitable. We can only shrink transistors to a certain size and fit a certain number of them on a chip. So ultimately, the classical computation method is going to come to an end. So what's next? Do we incorporate ourselves into that computational system? Do we become part of a quantum of an entangled neural network? That's maybe it's already happening and we're unaware of it at this time. Who knows?
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe. Even that upgrade won't come close to beating state-of-the-art silicon chips. Physicists are working on building systems but the physicists building these systems suspect that digital neural networks, as mighty as they seem today, will eventually appear slow and inadequate next to their analog cousins. So analog computation is, So digital neural networks can only scale up so much before getting bogged down by excessive computation, but bigger physical networks need not do anything but be themselves. It's such a big, fast-moving and varied field that I find it hard to believe that there won't be some pretty powerful computers made with these principles, Gilliver said. And that about wraps it up for the day, y'all. It's an absolute honor and pleasure having everybody in the chat, everybody to come out and hang out with us. Yeah. Love it. I love it. I thank you all very much so for entertaining us while we entertain you. Mr. Light Coded Reality Matrix Reality says light encoded wait for the fragrance of a rose in the name of Il Nome de la Rose. Really computation comes to mind, doesn't it, sir? Doesn't it? Sometimes the synchronicities of the universe seem like the abstract output of some type of computational system. Does it not? Does it not?
Looks to me that way.
Seems like it to me. Miss Carol's Cookies says, bye. I'll miss you. Probably. Probably. I stress that probably. Thanks for joining us, Carol. Thank you to everybody who has joined us in the chat today. If you'd be so kind, if you'd hit the like button on your way out the door, if you'd potentially consider subscribing if you haven't yet, we're always making intriguing strides around these parts. Having interesting conversations about the pending future that is upon us. Much love to you all. We will see you guys. It'll be tomorrow because I missed yesterday because I had something very important to do. Much love. Yes, much love again. You take care. Peace out.
The chat. Peace out.
And check out Artifice Re-Animate. Link in the description below. Catch you later, guys.